are they all getting sick again? Are all the different floors getting restricted again? It's like they're like
It's growing. I know Horizon has got a lot of restrictions.
COVID. Starts back up again.
Okay. Say again. Okay. This one.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
All right. Good afternoon. It's good to hear your voice.
You as well, Your Honor. You allow me just a moment to confirm that defendant can hear me, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, the interpreter can confirm this defendant is able to hear through the headsets.
Okay. And we have, this is a misdemeanor pleable. So is this a plea or not?
No, Your Honor, state didn't convey an offer due to it being enhanceable.
No tiene ninguna oferta. No tiene ninguna oferta.
You don't have an offer for me?
No. We'll go ahead and the petty theft, we have 6 felonies, 5 misdemeanors. The petty theft, we'll go ahead and do it $1,000. Possession of grocery cart or dairy case, we'll do $1,000. Resisting an officer with violence, we'll do it $500. And so if you are able to make bail, then you will report to all court hearings and not possess any weapons or firearms and not leave the state without permission. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm. Sí.
Yes.
All right. And I have in front of me also paperwork says that you're out on bail for possession of, I guess that's cocaine, possession of, I can't read it. Do you know what that is?
Your Honor, it was a concealed weapon by convicted felon, grand theft, motor vehicle, possession of drug paraphernalia.
I'm sorry, counsel. If you could slow that down for the benefit of the interpreter, please.
Possession of a concealed weapon by convicted felon,
Oh,
grand theft, motor vehicle, possession of cocaine, and possession of paraphernalia.
all right, we'll do the first one first, possession of a concealed weapon.
Your Honor, I just wanted to inform you, state has not yet filed on that,
Okay.
and that the arrest was back in April.
All right, and was the weapon a knife or a gun or what?
It was
Una manipra.
brass knuckles.
Okay. All right, and so we'll revoke we'll revoke all of the bonds, and we'll go ahead and do the count one, which was what we just mentioned. Let me see what they did there.
I believe it was originally 4,000.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. They had it at 4,000, so we'll change it to be 8,000. And then grand theft of a motor vehicle, how much
It was
was it?
originally 150.
150. So we'll go ahead and make that $1,000. Possession of cocaine,
It was 150.
we'll make it $1,000. Possession of drug paraphernalia,
It was 100.
all right, and we'll make it at $500. Those are the new bonds for the older case. And, all right, anything else, State?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
¿Cuál es mi fianza ahora?
So what's my bond now?
You'll get them,
And Your Honor, if the interpreter could respectfully request the case number and the name for this defendant, please?
yes. Just be right with you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sí.
Okay, the case where we revoked the prior bonds was case number 2022 MM4806 Alpha Delta. No, is that, I guess that's
The
an
new
O.
law, Your Honor.
That's a O, or O at the end. All right, and the name is Castero, no, I'm sorry, the first name is Nestor, Nestor, Manuel, Manuel, Cestero, Cestero, and then hyphen probably, Martinez, spelled with a
Thank you.
Z. Z.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then we have the and then the other case is 2022 MM 4806-A-O, and obviously the same name.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, next is, just one second. All right, the next is, first name is William, middle name is Giovanni, Geovanny, and the last name is hyphenated. It is Paredes, Paredes, I guess it is, dash Lopez, Lopez. And the case number is I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong.
The case number is 22 CT 3990.
Thank you very much.
Out of curiosity, where is that? Oh, there,
It's on our affidavit. I'm not sure about their papers.
okay, this paper doesn't seem to have it on. Okay. And sir, this is a DUI, unlawful blood alcohol while driving a vehicle. And And is this a plea or not?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and
Doesn't
then,
otherwise qualify for pretrial release, Your Honor.
okay,
No objection.
then we'll go ahead and allow him on pretrial release. And we'll go ahead and, sir, you are not to drink alcohol or consume illegal drugs out on bond. And you are to report to your court hearings and not to possess any firearm or ammunition or weapon, and do not leave the state without permission. Do you understand?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that's it, right? Okay, the clerk tells me that is it, and so thank you very much for your good service as always.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon.
Okay, next we have Alford, A-L-F-O-R-D, Alford, F-O-R-D.
Refuse, Your Honor.
Oh, Your Honor, maybe we move into arraignments first before starting the larger docket? Oh, I'm sorry, we're doing the move
We're
up.
still on move-ups.
Sorry.
So we'll just reset it?
No, we'll waive the appearance today, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. And then trespass on property, looking at his history, this is a misdemeanor, so we'll go ahead and put it at $2,500. And that he is to not possess any firearms or ammunition, not to commit any new crimes, and to not leave the state without permission.
Your Honor, state would ask for no return, absent medical emergency.
All right, no return without a medical emergency. Okay, next is Daniel, D-A-N-I-E-L. Daniel, let's see, Micah Daniel.
Refuse, Your Honor.
We'll go ahead and,
Your Honor, we'll waive the appearance for today.
okay. The state, what's your recommended plea? Recommended bail?
Your Honor, given that he has no history, so we just ask that you stay the bond as it currently is. The only thing he has working against him currently is that one failure to appear from earlier this year. So state would just ask that you stay the bond and doing no contact and no return to the Zebra Foods Market.
Well, all right, we'll leave the bond as is, which is, for the record, $500 for the one count. And he is to not leave the state, not possess any firearms, and not to commit any new crimes. Next is Bassett. And so he's out on bond.
Defense would waive the appearance as well, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Looking at he's out on bond, and it's a petty theft retail, and also resisting an officer without violence. So we'll revoke the bond and change it. So there's two of them. So the retail petty theft was what, state?
That is on the 4352. I believe the petty theft came in at 150 and the resisting without was originally at 500.
Okay, the bond amount's $1,300. So,
However, we also have not filed on this yet, Your Honor. The arrest was June 29th.
so you're saying that was before the bond?
No, Your Honor. I mean, it's after this case. I was just letting you know it's within the past 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. All right,
Let 'em
so,
know. The petty theft, Your Honor, came in at 1,000 and the resisting at 300.
okay, so we'll change both of them to be just double. The petty theft, we can make 2,000, and the resisting 1,000. and then, I see, the petty theft. But the petty theft bond was 250, so we'll change that to be, let me correct that. It was 250, we'll change it to be 500, and then the other one was 1,000. So we'll change that to be the 2,000, like I said.
Your Honor,
Yes,
I believe you already doubled it to 1,000.
yes, that's what I meant, yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Your Honor, which, are you talking about 22 MM 4352 or 22 MM 4566?
I'm not sure what you're saying about 6.6.
He was out for a petty theft in 22 MM 4566, and he was out for a petty theft and resisting in the 4352. You already doubled the 4352 to 2,600.
Right, that's what I wanted to do. All
Are
right.
you also doubling in 4566, the other out on bond petty theft?
Right,
And you stayed the bonds?
okay,
in the
yes.
Original case?
I don't believe there's been any conditions or bond set in the original 8324 yet.
Okay, all right.
You say you stayed it? He stayed it?
He hasn't done anything on it yet, Madam Clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry. The aggravated assault with a weapon. All right, so we'll go ahead and, that weapon was a
Knife?
knife, okay. All right, All right, considering his history, 3 felonies, 9 misdemeanors, 2 failures to appear, we'll go ahead and change the aggravated assault with a weapon to 5,000, and then the battery to be 1,000.
Your Honor, state would ask for no contact with the witness and no weapons.
Yes. Next, we have Reed, and we do have, he's out on bond. In case that ends in
Reed's present, Your Honor.
8321, his possession of cocaine. Is this Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Possession of cocaine and tampering with physical evidence. All right, I can't tell from the paperwork I have. So the bond was 3,000, so you got 2 counts. The possession of cocaine was, what was the bond?
Are you speaking about his out on bond, Your Honor?
15 each? Okay, each was, so we'll go ahead and double each of them, please. We'll revoke and double.
Your Honor, are you talking on his out on bond because he was released ROR?
Well, we're talking about Mr. Reed?
Mm-hmm, 22 CF 6062, he was released ROR.
Yes.
He originally had a bond and then was ROR due to a 33-day motion, Your Honor. That was on 6/30, so 2 weeks ago.
So did away with the bond and went ROR?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
due to a
that's-
33-day motion.
Okay, I didn't have that in front of me. I had as if he was out on bond.
He's still out on release. He's out on RO.
Okay, so we'll go ahead so his possession of cocaine and tampering, he went ROR eventually, and so we'll revoke that, and then we'll go ahead and do the 15 and 15. Put it back to where it really was. Then you have, then the new case, the new charges, attempted robbery, and battery, resisting an officer without, and trespassing property other than a structure or conveyance. And so, all right, let me look at, and this is Mr. Reed, and so he has 9 felonies, 4 misdemeanors, the two there. So we'll go ahead and change the attempted robbery to be 10,000, the battery, 1,000, resisting an officer without violence, 1,000, and trespass, we'll make that at 500.
No idea about the attempted robbery, nothing
We'll
else.
get you the warrant, okay?
Huh?
We'll get you the affidavit.
Affidavit. No, you didn't get me an affidavit, none of this stuff, so what's going on? So what, they pinning charges on me, they just set me up with charges?
Okay,
Throwing stuff on me? They throwing
okay, those are
stuff on me?
those are the charges at this, why you've been arrested at this point.
Sir, the only
Thank you.
charge I'm supposed to be arrested for, sir, is trespassing.
Okay, all right, your attorney will talk to you about it later.
Where does the robbery and the other stuff come from, sir?
All right, let's have the new, let's say Rowan Buck.
You said-
Mr. Buck, please.
No, sir.
Are you done did you set bond in the,
I'm
Your Honor?
sorry.
did you set bond in the 4 counts?
Yes. 10,000, 1,000, 1,500.
Thank you.
So they just, they plotting stuff on me. They're not supposed to do that, sir.
On this number here, they can tell you what charge.
You tell me to call this number, what is this number gonna do with my case?
Yes, sir.
It's gonna be rectified.
All right, Mr. Buck. Okay. Okay, this is Rohan Buck. Mr. Buck?
It's payable.
Okay, we're doing this now? Oh. Okay, are you Mr. Carroll?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Carroll, you've been arrested for providing a false ID to law enforcement. Will enter a plea of not guilty.
Your Honor, state did convey an offer to Mr. Carroll of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served.
All right, and,
Your Honor, we're not inclined to take a plea at this time. We would just have you set a court date, please.
okay, all right, we'll go ahead and, if I understood right, they don't want a plea. So, we'll go ahead and set a bond at $500.
Your Honor, they're already bonded.
There's already a bond.
Oh, he's bonded?
It's already a bond, so we just need a court date.
Oh, Oh,
I wanna
okay.
give it to him. It'll be Division 85. Pretrial will be August 22nd at 9 o'clock.
All right, we
What was the
appoint-
courtroom?
we
I'm
do
sorry,
appoint
Madam
the
Clerk.
Public defender.
August 22nd.
What was the courtroom? I'm sorry.
Oh, 4A. The PD's already appointed.
All right, Mr. Ferguson. Uh, All right, we set a plea of not guilty, and he has the public, we'll sign the public defender if he hasn't, and then court date.
Defense, you waive?
Yes. We'll waive the,
Trial will be Division 61, August 26th at 1:30 in courtroom 7C.
All right. Okay, Jones, Carl Jones. All right, we'll enter a plea of not guilty, appoint the public defender if he hasn't been,
we'll waive
and,
the appearance as well, Your Honor.
and his court date.
The Division 62, August 8th at 8:30 in courtroom 12C.
You want me to throw this in the?
Oh, you're good, I got it.
Okay, next is Carrie Pierre. All right, sir, this is a disorderly conduct.
Your Honor, I've been authorized on the city's behalf to offer Mr. Pierre an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and a $10 filing fee.
Your Honor, I did speak with Mr. Pierre before court. We went over the state's offer, the plea form. I gave him a plea form to review as well. I believe he wishes to enter a plea of no contest. He signed the plea form now. If I may approach.
Yes, sir.
Bus fast as I'm going at, 'cause I don't got no money.
Thank you. Okay, sir, you've heard the plea. Do you accept that plea?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so we'll do adjudication, time served. What's the time served?
Time so we do all the time, right?
Say again?
37.
Oh, is that what that is? Oh, okay. 37 days. There's a $10 filing fee.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a city case.
Is there any other money, Madam Clerk?
70.
273, the clerk's fee. There's a waiver of public defender money.
No, we were appointed already in the case, but we would ask for a year to pay the court costs.
Okay, no. So, sir, you have 30 days to pay the money in full, or go to the courthouse, any one of the courthouses, and tell the clerk that you're supposed to pay some money.
I will pay it, sir, because I work.
Okay,
They'll
and,
set me back where I'm going at, because I was working when they arrested me.
okay,
For newer, did we move thing overseas, out of town? Truck company, like church, like you move furniture, whatever you got, we send it to you, you bring it to your location.
okay.
Newer moving company, that's what I work for.
Okay, so, like I tried to say, pay the money in full within 30 days, or within the 30 days, go to any one of the courthouses and enter into a payment plan
I will pay it, sir.
and comply with the payment plan. Thank you very much. Next is Valentine. Oh, okay. Okay.
We'll waive, Your Honor.
Okay.
Pretrial would be, no,
BOP.
denial.
And we're going to enter a plea of not guilty.
BOP.
I'm sorry, a denial.
Division 80, August 23rd at 9:30 in courtroom 9C.
Okay, next is Warner, W-A-R-N-E-R. Say, Mr. Warner? Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and enter a plea of not guilty, appoint the public defender if not previously, and a court date.
We'll waive the appearance as well, Your Honor. I believe it's a VOP, so we'd enter a denial.
It'll be in Division 84. It'll be August 22nd at 8:30 in courtroom 4B.
Okay, and is that the end of it? Okay, that's the end of arraignment. Are you Mr. Buck?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Buck, you have a battery, two charges. You have a misdemeanor, both of them, a battery and a cruelty to animals. And we'll go ahead and, you have no history to speak of, you have no history that I'm aware of, and we'll do the battery. Is there anything exacerbating or anything that I need to be aware of? State?
No, Your Honor, he just has prior battery arrests. And Mr. Buck is the co-defendant from Mr. Bassett, who we saw earlier with a knife.
Okay, and so we'll go ahead and leave the bonds as is, 500 and 500. And
It would ask for no contact with the victim.
no contact with the victim. Thank you. Next is Collins, I can't say the first name. What's your,
Frente Collins?
are you Mr. Collins?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Collins, you're out on bond, $250 bond, surety bond. Excuse me.
Sir, I was just trying to get the working on it.
It's okay. You
It's
don't
okay.
have to say anything.
I understand I don't have to. I was just trying to get the work, and the Sunrail wasn't working. So I had to catch the bus. Like, I work. That's what I do. Like, I go to work, and the Sunrail wasn't running. So I was like, I need to catch the bus. And that happened. I needed to get to work, like, badly.
Well, see, the trouble is, I don't know, you know,
I totally understand, sir.
I really don't know anything about what you're talking about. But you did have a battery, and you've now been arrested for trespass on property after a warning. So we'll revoke your bail, change it from 250 to 500. And then on the new charge, which is trespass, we'll go ahead and do that at $500. And no return to the scene of the incident, no contact to the people, or the witnesses or victim. No contact, that is. Okay, next is DeHaty, Edwin DeHaty. All right, Mr. DeHaty, this is urination or defecation in public and disorderly conduct. And is there a plea?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And so we'll,
Would you be inclined, Your Honor, to set bond at $100 each count?
yes, I was actually thinking that. So we'll change we'll reduce each of the bonds from what they are, the 500, to the urination, we'll do it at $100, and disorderly conduct, we'll leave it at $100. And you are not to return to the scene of this incident or contact any of the people involved. Okay. Next, we have Joseph Guivens. I'm not sure, is Joseph your last name, or is Guivens?
Joseph.
I'm sorry?
Joseph?
Joseph is your last name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Guivens, Guivens is your first name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure. All right, now you're out on bond, Mr. Joseph. And it's a $2,500 bond, driving while license revoked as habitual. In other words, you've done it a bunch of times. So we'll revoke it and we'll go ahead and change it to be $5,000. And then, Mr. Joseph, you have possession of alcohol without a license with intent to sell. And that bond is $250, and we'll leave it at $250.
Your Honor, state would ask for no contact with the co-defendants.
Right, no return to the scene of the incident, no contact with witnesses or victims. Okay, next is Kirkham, Kirkham. Now, Mr. Kirkham, let me look here. There's some paperwork I need to look at. Okay, there's paperwork that says that apparently the bond was not the correct bond when you were arrested. It says the bond has been established as noted below in accordance with the current bail bond schedule, and it's $1,000. But when they booked you in or did this paperwork, it was a $500, but they're saying that that's not correct. But looking at, let's see, Mr. Kirkman, okay, petty theft. So,
Your Honor, Ms. Kirkham has no criminal history. However, I believe she is not from the area. She has no community ties. The state has no objection to a $500 bond.
okay, all right, we'll do a $500 bond and no contact, no return to the scene of the incident, and stay in contact with your attorney.
And Your Honor, she was visiting Florida, so may she return home to Maryland as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And she may travel so long as she stays in touch with her attorney.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next is Melvin Porche, okay. And let me just, okay. This is possession of alcohol without a license, intent to sell, and you have no history. Does she qualify for a pretrial release? Does he, I mean?
Can you do bond or PTR, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, does he qualify?
He could qualify.
Okay, all right, I don't see any history, so, if he qualifies, then let's go ahead and release him on pretrial release. And no return to the scene of the incident, or contacting any of the witnesses.
Your Honor, could you give him an option for a $250 bond as well?
Yes. Well, you know, the pretrial release people asked me not to do that if he qualifies, because it slows down their process, they said. So that's not something they want.
I believe the distinction is he hasn't qualified yet. So if he hasn't qualified yet, they want a bond or PTR. If they've already qualified and they know he's going to qualify, then they just want PTR.
Oh.
For Mr. Porchia, he hasn't qualified yet. I think that's
Oh.
why PTR was asking for bond and PTR, just in the event he doesn't qualify.
But if he
he's not
hasn't
stuck.
qualified yet, then
Yes,
whichever way it works,
yes.
fine.
So 250 or PTR, correct?
Correct.
I thank you.
Okay, next is Rodriguez, Eric Rodriguez. Eric Rodriguez, are you Mr. Rodriguez? Okay, all right, this is, all right, trespass on property after warning.
Your Honor, state did convey an offer to Mr. Rodriguez of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to the racetrack at 1819 North Alafaya Trail.
Okay,
In your honor, I did speak with Mr. Rodriguez before court, went over the state's offer, the plea form, gave him a plea form to review. I believe he wishes to resolve no contest. He's just signed the plea form. I don't believe he needs a public defender. I spoke with him as a friend of the court. May I approach?
yes. Racetrack is the gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, sir, you accept the plea? All right, we'll adjudicate and court cost, Madam Clerk? 223. All right, and then you have 30 days to either pay it in full or go to one of the courthouses and enter into a payment plan. This is a good system, and you really need, it's part of your sentence to take care of it and just put it behind you. So enter into a payment plan, presumably, you know, $25, $30 a month, something like that, and just get it done. So there's no reason you can't do it, right? Okay, thank you. Okay. Next is Rodriguez, Eric Rodriguez.
Terrence, your honor.
I'm sorry?
Eric Rodriguez just left the courtroom. It's
Oh.
Terrence Rodriguez is the next client.
Okay, yes, I just didn't change the paperwork. Yes, this is Terrence, right? Mr. Rodriguez, Terrence. Okay, this is trespass on property after warning.
State conveyed an offer to Terrence Rodriguez as well of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to the 7-Eleven at 9562 East Colonial.
And your honor, I spoke to Mr. Rodriguez here as well about the state's offer plea form, reviewed that. I believe he wishes to resolve no contest. He signed the plea form. I spoke with him as a friend of the court. No need to appoint the PD. May I approach?
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, are you in agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, adjudicate, time served. Do you have the time served?
2 days, Your Honor.
2 days.
Say again?
2 days.
2 days, and then the court costs are 273? All right, 273. So I want you to go to the courthouse, any one of the courthouses, there's about 4 or 5 of them around, and in this county, and either pay in full the money or enter into a payment plan to take care of it, okay? All right, thank you very much. Next we have Sanders, John Sanders.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Sanders, this is conspiracy to commit petty theft.
Yes, sir.
And so,
I believe it came in just as a petty theft.
okay, it's just changed to petty theft?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so do you wish to plea, or do you want me to set this for trial?
Your Honor,
No, I want to plea out today, plead no contest and be done with it.
Your Honor, there wasn't an offer conveyed as it is enhanceable.
We would just have you set bond in this, your honor,
Okay,
because there's no offer.
all right. All right, we'll go ahead and, I see you have 5 felonies, 18 misdemeanors. And so we'll go ahead and set your bail at $1,000, and you are not to return to the scene of the incident, and not to possess any firearms or ammunition, not to leave the state until your case is taken care of without court permission.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Soon. Call us right away. We're working on it as soon as possible, okay? Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay. Next is Spencer. Are you Mr. Spencer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Spencer, this is a battery. They say that you hit somebody. You don't have any felonies or misdemeanors. You got a bond of 500. Do you wish to plea today or not?
May I have a moment to confer, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would just have you stay the bond at 500.
All right, we'll leave it at 500. No contact with the person involved, and no return to the scene. Next, we have Clark, Natisha Clark.
Your Honor, may we go back to Mr.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay,
Mr. Spencer's case?
yes.
They would, can I have another moment to confer? I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just that Mr. Spencer informed me that the alleged victim, they do live together. So I think the order was to stay away from them, but I believe the proper order would be separate residences.
Your
Also
Honor,
because we don't have the victim here to testify to contact.
according to the affidavit, the homeowner was the person who was the victim in this case. And the reason for the battery allegedly, according to the affidavit, was that they had a civil agreement that the defendant was supposed to leave Sunday, 7/17, and that is what encouraged this battery. So given that it is the homeowner and the victim owns the house, state would ask for a no return except one time for Mr. Spencer to collect belongings. So state would just ask for an additional one-time return and to stay the no return.
All right. Based on those facts, that sounds reasonable. So you are not to return except one time with a law enforcement officer to get your stuff, your clothing, your tools for working. And if there's anything else, you have to go to court and argue about it. But you are entitled to get your clothing and your tools. And other than that, no contact, no return. Thank you. Okay, next we have Clark, Natasha Clark, or Ms. Clark. This is a failure of defendant to appear. You do have a felony and 7 misdemeanors. Is there a resolution?
Your Honor, state did convey an offer to Ms. Clark of an adjudication of guilt, 10 days OCJ, no return to Walmart at 2500 South Kirkman Road, and cost of investigation to OPD in the amount of $172.13.
And Your Honor, we would just have you stay the $500 bond on the failure to appear. Our office has been working on this case. We just have you stay the bond.
Okay, all right. We'll go ahead and stay the bond at 500. No return to the scene. No weapons, firearms.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next is Hall, Hall, Yasmin Hall, and this is a city or county ordinance, says state misdemeanors.
Your Honor, may I have a moment to confer?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've been authorized on the city's behalf to offer Ms. Hall a withhold credit time served.
Your Honor, I'm just filling out the plea form for the court.
All right, thank you.
I spoke with Ms. Hall about the state's offer. She does understand the state's offer as well as the plea form. I just went over with her. She wishes to resolve no contest. There's no need to appoint the PD, as I spoke with her as a friend of the court. May I approach?
Yes. And that was credit for time served. She'd been in jail 10 days. Okay. Did I understand?
No, that was a different offer, Your Honor. This one was just a withhold credit time served.
Oh,
Because
I'm
Ms. Hall has
sorry.
no other history.
I'm sorry.
I think I
Okay.
got 2 days. time
Um,
served. Your Honor, 2 days time served on this.
Okay, 2 days, time served, adjudication,
So withhold?
and, court cost? No, not a withhold. Well, let me see, does she have any history?
She has no history, Your Honor, just prior arrest.
She has history, okay. All
He
right.
has no history, Your Honor.
There's no prior history, no
Oh,
convictions.
no, okay.
She has
If there's
prior
no-
arrests.
If there's no history, then we can do a withhold. Okay, so we'll do a withhold, and the court cost, so the court cost of $273.
There's no need to appoint us, Your Honor, so she would save $50 on that.
How much? 223? All right, 223. You need to go to one of the courthouses, enter into a payment plan, and pay it, okay? All right, thank you very much. Next, we have Atla Francis. All right, and sir, you're out on bond, and this is, and so you're out on bond. It's the attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, and then shooting at or within into a building, and then aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and then criminal mischief. We'll revoke the bond, and you are now arrested for disorderly conduct. We'll go ahead and do the count one, the first-degree murder with a firearm at $250,000.
Your Honor, there's 3 counts of that. Count 1, 2, and 3 is attempted first-degree murder with a firearm. Count 2 is the shooting at or within a building. Count
Right. No,
5 and 6 is ag assault with a deadly weapon. There's 7 counts total.
oh, okay. I see what you mean now.
Yeah.
Okay, the first degree, let's see how they have this. So that first degree murder with firearms at charge is $250,000. Oh, I see, and it's 3 counts?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and so, so there were 3 different victims in that case, I assume, from what you're saying?
Yes, there was a total of 4, I believe, but yes, it's different victims.
Okay, so counts 1 through 3, so we'll do 250 for each of them. So count 1, 250, count 2, 250, count 3, 250. And then, no, 250,000. I guess I should say the whole thing. That's not fair to you, so sorry. Count 4 now, shooting at or within a building. Let's go ahead and make that 100,000. Count 5 and 6, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. So we'll go ahead and make that 50,000 for count 5. Count 6 is 50,000. And then criminal mischief is count 7. We'll make that 10,000. And that's on the case number that ends in 0816. Now, talking about the new case, which is disorderly conduct, and we'll go ahead and put that at $5,000. And then no return to the scene of the incident, no contact with the victims or witnesses or co-defendants. Is there anything else, State?
No, Your Honor.
Should have called us.
Next, we have Chanelli, Risbrook Chanelli. Oh, thank you. Now we have Hannah, Hannah. Both of them bonded, okay. I mean, not both, but bonded again. And then we have, let's see, Mombes, Mombes.
It's ROR, Your Honor.
Okay. Next, we have Callaway. Okay, Mr. Callaway. We have, first off, you're out on bond, so we need to take care of that. So you're out on surety bond, trafficking in, it's a trafficking in meth. And then, so let me see. State, can you help me in terms of counts on the original case?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it's 50,000 and then 150. So we're going to revoke everything. So how many counts in the originally?
For Mr. Callaway in the 50-20 case, it's just the 2 counts, the trafficking and.
Okay, just the 2. Okay.
Yes. However, state has not yet filed on that case, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and do the trafficking at 100,000, and then the possession, we'll do the possession at 20,000. And then no return, no contact with victim, witnesses, no possession of any firearms or ammunition.
That's for the original case?
Okay. You asked me a question?
So what's the bond on the new case? I don't know what
Okay, now we have a new charge. Now we have a new charge of possession of cocaine, and we'll make that 5,000. And so we revoked the other bond, and now the new case is 5,000. And the conditions will be the same. No contact, no return, and no weapons or ammunition.
the same as the other bond.
Yes, yes. I'm sorry, I'm confused. Okay, next we have Ferguson.
Outside medical?
Outside medical, and we'll just, since it's outside medical, we'll go ahead and just when he returns.
Well, Your Honor, I would just waive his appearance, and then we would have you set bond,
Oh, okay.
please.
All right, this is failure to appear, and they have it at no bond. And so state your recommendation.
Your Honor, given that it's another judge's KPS, state would ask that it stay at no bond, as you're otherwise not allowed to change it.
Well, usually they are entitled to a bond, but, but
Not on a KPS, Your Honor.
say again?
Not on a KPS, they're not entitled to a bond. And under Norris, out of the 4th DCA, another judge cannot change another judge's KPS. So state would ask that it remain at no bond at this time.
All right, we'll leave it at no bond until he's out of the hospital, then we can deal with it. Okay, the Harris, and this is Jameer Harris. Are you Mr. Harris?
Sir.
All right, step up, please. All right, this is robbery, sudden snatching. Oh, I see a violent offender of special concern. Doesn't that affect the bond?
No, Your Honor, that generated because of the charge. He's not on probation.
Oh, okay, all right. So we do have, let me see here.
And Your Honor, just for your sake, F1, or count 1 is an F3, count 2 is an F3, and count 3 is an F2.
All right, so count 1, which is the robbery, sudden snatching, is an F what?
3.
3, okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and do that at 5,000. And then false imprisonment,
An F3,
all right, 5,000. And then the aggravated battery,
F2.
F2. Okay, then we'll do that at, we'll do that at 10,000. And then no contact, no return, no weapons or firearms, no firearms or ammunition, I meant to say. Okay, Horta, Nicole Horta. All right,
Your Honor, may I have a moment to confer?
yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, first off, Ms. Horta is out on surety bond of $1,500. And we'll go ahead and revoke that, and we'll change that. It looks to be let's see, marijuana possession over 20 grams. We'll go ahead and change that to be 3,000, which is simply doubling what it is. And then on the new charge, disorderly conduct, we'll go ahead and do that at $1,000. And then battery on law enforcement officer, we'll go ahead and do that at $2,500. And Madam Clerk, did you say something? Oh, okay. And then no return to the scene of the incident, no contact to the victims or witnesses, no firearms or ammunition. Next is Johnson, Lyndall Johnson. Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, you have a couple of misdemeanors, but that's about it. Now you have some alcoholic beverages, an open container situation, possession of cocaine, tampering with physical evidence, possession of paraphernalia. And this is a felony, so we'll go ahead. The alcoholic beverage, alcoholic beverage, open containers, it just, I don't see it on, as a description of the charges, maybe it's the next page. That's the second one. Tampering with physical. All right, I have alcohol. Where's alcohol? It's a separate affidavit. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, all right, we'll leave the 250 as is. And then the cocaine and physical evidence, and then paraphernalia, we can leave everything as it is. He doesn't have anything in his past that exaggerate or would be a reason to increase it. So we'll leave it all as. So no return, no contact with victims or witnesses, no weapons or ammunition. Okay, next, Antonio Terrell Jones. All right, Mr. Jones. All right, you're out on surety bond, possession of cannabis with the intent to sell. It's a $1,000 bond. We'll change that to be $5,000. And then you have a new charge of possession of cannabis. And we'll make that 5,000 also. And so you are not to return to the scene of the incident or contact victims or witnesses, no firearms or ammunition. Thank you. Next, we have let's see. Okay. I do have this is a sort of before the next, this is a Lily. No, I don't, are you Stephane Lilly? Okay, all right. This is a correction. It says apparently it's, burglary of a structure. They gave it as 1,000, but it should be 3,500 according to their bond schedule. And so, let me look at a state. I don't have the printout on Mr. Lilly as far as his history goes. Does he have much of a history?
Yes, Your Honor. He has 9 felonies, 7 prior misdemeanors, 2 failures to appear. The last being in 2020.
Oh, okay, I was just handed it. Okay, let me glance at it. There are 9 felonies, like you were saying. Let's see, drugs, mischief, burglary, drugs. Some more burglary, which all sort of go together typically. Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and change count 1, which is the burglary of a structure. We'll go ahead and change that to be $20,000. And then criminal mischief, we'll go ahead and do that at 1,000. And resisting an office.
Your Honor,
Yes,
may I be heard as to count 3?
yes, sir.
The affidavit that we're using in court, I believe, goes to counts 1 and 2, but towards the end of the affidavit, the officer does write that the supplemental facts for the resisting charge is another affidavit. So within the 4 corners of this affidavit, I don't believe there are any facts indicating probable cause on the resisting charge. So I would have you ROR him on count 3.
State,
It does state gently, Lily refusing to obey verbal commands for him to exit the structure. However, Your Honor, given the bonds and the other charges, state has no objection to an ROR. However, I do believe PC is there.
all right, I'll do ROR on that count. Okay,
Your Honor, state would ask for a no return and no contact.
right, no return, no return to the scene, no contact with victims or witnesses, no firearms or ammunition. Okay, did we cover everything?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next is Myers, Sean Myers. All right, Mr. Myers, this is possession of a firearm in commission of a felony, and then aggravated assault with a firearm. And so, Madam Clerk, State, is that, that should be an F1?
It's an F2 and an F3.
Okay. All right, the,
I do believe there was a discharge according to the affidavit.
right. Okay, on the possession of a firearm and the commission of a felony, we'll go ahead and do $50,000, $50,000, $50,000. And then on the aggravated assault with a firearm, we'll go ahead and do that at 10,000. No contact with the victim, no return to the scene, no firearms or ammunition. Anything else, State?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and then next is Myers. Next is Phillips. Are you Phillips?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and this is possession of cocaine and paraphernalia, has no felonies, 1 misdemeanor, and possession of cocaine, the existing bond's 1,000, we'll leave that as is, and then possession of paraphernalia, the $100, we'll leave that as is. So do not return to the scene of the incident, do not contact anybody, any victims or witnesses, and no firearms and no ammunition. All right, next is Ramos, Mr. Ramos. And you have a fugitive from justice, burglary of a structure, grand theft, dealing in stolen property. So fugitive from justice, State, your suggestion on, let's see, it has here, no, it doesn't have it, it must be another affidavit.
Is he being seen on that right now?
So I don't see,
I didn't believe so. Your Honor, he's only being seen on the Berg structure, grand theft, and dealing in stolen property, not on the fugitive warrant.
right, so grand theft, so it's, what I have in front of me are 4 counts. So you're saying only 3 and 4?
Only, everything except the fugitive warrant.
Okay, everything but fugitive, okay. All right, burglary of a structure, they have at 3,500. And I notice, so we'll go ahead and, he doesn't have any history except there is out-of-state burglary, grand theft, unlawful carry, which I think is a term for a firearm in other states. So, all right, we'll go ahead and The burglary of a structure, we'll go ahead and make that $10,000. Grand theft, the $5,000, and dealing in stolen property, $2,500. And no return, no contact with victims or witnesses, no firearms, no ammunition. All right,
Just a moment to confer, Your Honor.
all right.
So take that sheet.
Okay, next is Rios Rivera. It's a hyphen name, R-I-O-S hyphen Rivera. And so you're Mr. Rivera? Okay, all right. When he returns to the jail,
Your Honor,
yes,
we would just waive his appearance and have you stay the bond on the KPS at 500. And set bond in the new cases as well. Just because we don't know when he's going to be released from medical.
right, right. All right, the KPS stays as it is, obviously. And then possession of, and I'm looking at, he has 20 felonies, 5 misdemeanors, 1 failure to appear. So we'll go ahead and do the possession of cocaine at 5,000, possession of alprazolam at 5,000, and failure of defendant to appear at 2,500. No contact, no return, and no contact with victims or witnesses, no return to the scene.
Your Honor, on the FTA, I believe it has to stay at 500.
Oh, was that a failure to, oh, was that a KPS?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Next, we have Rosales. Rosales? Are you Rosales?
Sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rosales, you have no valid driver's license, leaving the scene of a crash, fleeing or attempting high-speed pursuit, reckless driving, no valid driver's license.
Your Honor, is he being seen on all 5 counts today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so, no valid driver's license, so we'll go ahead and do that at $250. And then leaving the scene of a crash with property damage, we'll leave that at we'll put that at $2,500. And then fleeing or attempting to elude a high-speed chase, we'll do that at $10,000. And then reckless driving at $5,000, and no valid driver's license, we'll put it at $1,000. And no return to the scene, and no contact with victims or witnesses, and no firearms or ammunition.
What was the bond again? I didn't get any of it. Even the scene was 250.
2,500, 10,000, 5,000,
500 on what?
leaving the scene.
Oh, okay. 10,000, 5,000, 250
1,000 on the last no valid.
on the separate one by itself.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the last one is Williams. Are you Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams, this is carrying a concealed weapon. What was the weapon again? May I
One
look?
second, Your Honor.
That was a,
I believe it was a firearm. It was a firearm, Your Honor.
yeah, okay, there it is, yeah. All right. Karen, his bond is $20,000. No, $20,000 is the bond, is the bail, and then no return to the scene, no contact with the victims or witnesses. All right, thank you very much.
Maybe excuse, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk? Are we done? Yep, clerk tells me we're done. Thank you, everybody. We went very smoothly and appreciate all your work.
Of course, take care. Thanks for your help.
Okay, I notice we do have an attorney present. What case are you here for?
Good morning, Your Honor. Amir Ladan, I have a 9 o'clock emergency motion to set bond on the Wynn case. It's H-U-N-Y-H, I believe, is the spelling. It was an emergency set for this morning at 9. Okay. And is that, do you have a copy of the motion, Your Honor?
No. The clerk just handed me something. Motion to set bond hearing filed on the 13th. Order revoking pretrial release with no bond filed. Related case, a misdemeanor. And so, do I even have anything about that, or do I need? Okay. State, are you aware of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Maybe to save time, me looking at, and going into the computer and all that, what can you tell me about this state of Florida versus Huynh, H-U-Y-N-H? What can you tell me about it, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This motion was filed by the trial attorney downtown, but my understanding is Mr. Nguyen, I may be saying that incorrectly.
Right, just say,
When he was on pretrial release through pretrial diversion for a DUI case from 2020. So the bond was discharged due to him signing a contract to be in pretrial diversion. He then subsequently picked up a battery DV, and when he picked up that case, the judge revoked the out on bond case being the DUI that he was now in pretrial diversion for. I believe the crux of Mr. Ladan's argument is that the bond was discharged due to being in pretrial release. Therefore, there's no bond that the court could have revoked. I believe, you may correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is the crux of
That's correct.
the reason for the motion today. So state did file a motion for that to remain at 0, citing several cases, including that pretrial intervention is a form of pretrial release. Therefore, the court has jurisdiction and can still revoke that out on bond. And given it was a condition of bond or pretrial release or pretrial diversion for him not to consume alcohol. And when he picked up the BAT DV, the new law offense, there was an allegation of alcohol use as well, given that he was already out on bond for DUI.
no, is that, no, the DV that you're talking about, is it a misdemeanor or a felony?
I believe it's a misdemeanor, Your Honor.
It is a misdemeanor, Your Honor, and his wife, Gwen, is present here. She was also present at the initial appearance. She's,
Okay, Gwen, I don't know your full name, but I hear the name Gwen. Can she come into the podium, please? Into the podium, into the box. And so, all right, I now am oriented.
Understand.
So go ahead and make your argument.
yes, Your Honor. Just to kind of complete our motion, I represent Mr. Nguyen on the underlying DUI case. After navigating that case, it was determined to accept a diversion offer. He's been in diversion for many months. As indicated in the motion, he began that in October of last year, at which time his bond was discharged. While it's accurate that the contract between the state and my client references that he is to not violate the law, that contract is based between he and and the state. It doesn't have anything to do with the court and my client. And the language there is designed to put him on notice, as it should, Mr. Defendant, if you violate these conditions, we will kick you out of diversion. Not if you violate these conditions, we're going to throw you in jail. And there's nothing within the four corners of that diversion agreement that either references pretrial release or indicates that a violation of the contract will cause him to be revoked in terms of his pretrial release if it was predicated upon a new law offense. So while I agree with the state that it does require certain things of my client, I disagree that the pretrial diversion contract says anything about pretrial release in it because it doesn't address that. Now, the reason his wife is here is because she's indicated to me, and I'll have her affirm to the court, that she wants him home, needs him to be assisting with their children, and is perfectly comfortable with a no hostile contact order pending the outcome of that domestic case, which at this point is nothing more than a mere arrest. No information has been filed. But that's why she's here, and if I can have her placed under oath, we can put her name on the record. She's got her driver's license with her, and she'll affirm what I've represented to the court.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record and spell your
Gwen
name.
Lee Pham.
And spell your last name, ma'am.
Pham.
And are you married?
Yes.
And who are you married to?
Nan Huân.
And that's my client.
Yes, sir.
Did I accurately represent your position to Judge McDonald?
You do?
Okay. And is it your wish that your husband be released on bond so he can return to the marital home?
I do.
Okay. Are you in fear of him in any way as you stand here today?
Can you repeat that?
Are you in fear of your husband?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you need the judge to do anything beyond releasing him on a no hostile contact order to make you comfortable that he's going to be at home?
Yes, because I need his help for 2 of our boys, and I carry a full-time job right now. I'm very difficult trying to maintain a job with 2 boys, so I need his help.
Okay. I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, State, do you have any questions?
Briefly, Your Honor. In the previous case where you're the victim, was there an allegation of alcohol use?
You mean the previous one, the recent one?
Yes, this recent one that allegedly occurred July 11th?
I come home from work, so I'm not quite sure if he does.
For what it's worth, Madam Prosecutor, I did indicate in our motion that we don't object to a scram monitor if that was appropriate or necessary. That is a mechanism to address the alcohol issue if that was a concern, and I did see that in the report. But I think the crux of it is really, we've got a DV accusation, and as Your Honor knows, that may or may not get prosecuted. So revoking the bond at this point and leaving him in custody when the victim is here presenting herself, indicating she wishes him to be home, may be excessive, and that was the point of my motion.
Let me ask the State, is there anything in his history that you were able to look at in the computer that would give us concern of violence towards her or violence towards society?
Your Honor, that was going to be my second question to the victim. I do see a prior 2010 BAT DV, same victim, 2013 BAT DV, same victim, and then the recent 2022 from July BAT DV with the same victim. Respectfully, Your Honor, I don't believe it is whether the victim wants him home or not that goes towards the no contact in this BAT DV case, and has no bearing on whether the court can or cannot revoke bond on an out-on-bond case, which is the reason that the bond was revoked on the BAT DV, which was totally aside from the victim's wishes in regards to that, as it's solely the court's jurisdiction and ability to do so. And given that he was out on pretrial intervention, the pretrial diversion, according to 3rd DCA and Harris, the court can revoke bonds on a pretrial intervention case, as it is a form of pretrial release.
All right, so sort of sidestepping that legal question, which is an interesting legal question among us lawyers. All right, we'll go ahead and give bail of $1,000, number 1. Number 2, not to consume illegal drugs or alcohol. that he is to be drug tested and alcohol tested twice a month through pretrial release. And make sure your client knows that that's done not for punitive reasons, but just always to remind you that is an important issue. And so I want this to be resolved and not to have any more problems, and that's probably a good prophylactic to do. No hostile contact with wife and children. And that does mean that he can come and live if you agree to it. And so I'm not saying you have to take him back into the home, because that's for another day. But if you agree, he can return to the home. And no arguing, no drinking, no drugging, no, everybody just be nice. Now, are there any guns in the home? Does he have a gun? Do you have a gun?
I don't have a gun for sure, but I don't know about him. I have not seen the gun, so.
Okay. He is to have no guns, and he is to turn them into law enforcement if he has any firearms, no ammunition. Do not commit any type of crime. This includes everything from driving without a license to domestic violence. Do not leave the state without getting court permission. And counsel, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, Your Honor. I don't know if it's something the court would consider or appropriate, but I know on the new law offense, bond was set. But it was set at $10,000, and my client's wife is the one that's going to be financially paying for that. I don't know if the court, by way of stipulation with the state, would be amenable to an ora tennis motion, reduce that bond so that it's not punishing her financially to do that. I don't know if that's something that the state would have.
So that is for the new domestic violence charge.
Yes, sir.
And there's been no violence in the sense of beating her up or any kind of aggravated assault or anything?
There's been 2 prior DVs with the same victim, Your Honor.
Misdemeanor domestics that were dismissed without any adjudicative hearing.
Now, you know, I've had 2 women murdered in my career as a judge. And so they were both murdered by, I forget whether it was I know one was the husband, and the other one, I'd forget who it was. But domestic, and also every single day in Florida, 2 women are murdered in Florida by some boyfriend and so they're all murdered by the supposedly loved one. And so the point I'm trying to make is, you don't have to have him come back into the house. You need to protect yourself. I know the lawyer doesn't want his client in trouble, anything more. So if you can't get along, we don't have marital slavery in Florida. They do in some states where you can hardly get a divorce. But in Florida, we have a no-fault divorce. I've done thousands of them. And so if you're not happy, just be friends and get a divorce and live separate. So if you need a divorce, if you need to live separate, you can still be friends. You can still help with the children. But you should not think of yourself as being in prison to this man or to this relationship. And so I'm not telling you to get a divorce because that's not my position to do that. But I'm asking you to think of your own safety and the safety of the children. And so if you can be nice to each other, you're welcome to live together again. If you can't, then he needs to be respectful and move out and get a divorce and be just people that are divorced. So, ma'am, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, Your Honor.
You seem like a very nice lady, and so I would hate to have anything happen to you. So, all right, we'll go ahead and change all the bonds to $1,000.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. That's case number 2022 MM161. A is in Adam, E is in Edward. That is the new domestic case, which is the subject matter of her testimony, Your
And
Honor.
Your Honor, just for the record, state would object. State had no prior knowledge or wasn't given the opportunity to prepare for a Oritinous bond reduction. We are only prepared for the motion to oppose setting bond in the other case, so state would object for the record, given that there is prior history and there does seem to be a serious alcohol issue. State's concerned for the safety of the public and for this victim.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there anything else?
No, Your Honor, that's all I have before the court. I appreciate the court's time this morning.
All right,
Thank you so
thank you.
much.
You have an order?
I can have one submitted to the e-portal or whatever is easiest for you. I can,
Send it to the JA for, Gibson.
I can do that.
Gibson's. okay.
Absolutely. I'll call my office and
I'm
have it.
covering for her because she's not well today.
I figured that as soon as I turned the corner and I saw you here, I figured something happened. Yes, Your Honor. Good to see you. Thank you, Judge.
Is that for that case? What case is it for? Are you doing orders for both cases?
Yes.
Okay, so you're gonna send me both of them, and she'll send it to me? Okay.
Send it to you.
And once she, just send it to the JA, I'll email her.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, first, I have a Farhana Zoli. Quizar is the first name. I'm probably messing it totally up. But the last name is Farhana, let's see, Farhanafazli. Okay, I need a defendant, and if there's anyone in the audience, you need to stand up.
Your Honor, she's medical.
Medical, all right, we'll reset this, please.
No, Your Honor, I could waive the appearance.
Oh, okay. All right, let me. All right, this is felony domestic violence. And state that what I have in front of me does not show priors, and it looks to be no priors, and this is a one-time event.
That is my knowledge, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
That is my understanding as well.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and do, the money would be, yeah, the money would be $1,000. And then, since nobody is here to speak to the case, it is a, and there's no drug issues that I can see, so it'll be a no contact. No contact means no direct or indirect contact with the victim, children, if relevant, witnesses, or co-defendants, if there is any. Next, he is to stay 500 feet away from the residence, workplace, and anywhere near her. So to have no contact and also stay 500 feet away. They are to live separate residences, not closer than 2 miles. 2 miles. You are to get your personal items such as clothing and work tools only by calling law enforcement. Next is they have, out of curiosity, state, I would do it if I was in your position. Do you check gun permits?
We don't, not in the morning at IAs, Your Honor, no.
Okay, I would. It should be an easy thing to check a gun permit. They either yes or no. But if there is a gun permit, I revoke it, or no, I suspend it. And I recommend to the state to think about that issue and find out who you would send a suspension order to. And also, if there's any guns, you ought to follow up on it. Not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Do not commit any crimes. Do not leave the state without court order. Okay, that takes care of that. Okay, do you get on these? Do you get these, or do I toss these? Oh, okay. Okay. Next is Franklin, Robert Lee Franklin. All right, Mr. Franklin, this is felony, domestic violence, aggravated assault, domestic violence. So you have 3 charges, sir. Aggravated assault, domestic violence, aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, and battery. And okay, and I don't see any prior felonies or misdemeanors or failures to appear. And so these, I guess the first 2, are those F1s, state? Aggravated assault?
No, Your Honor, they're both F3s.
They're both F3s? I meant to say F3. Thank you. So we'll go ahead, and the aggravated assault, domestic violence would be $1,000. Aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, we'll go ahead and make that $2,500. And then the battery, domestic violence, is that a misdemeanor?
Yes, Your Honor, it's an M1.
Okay, we'll do $500, considering the other bonds. And then as far as domestic violence goes, what was the relationship? Who is the alleged victim in this case? Is it a female, a relative, a neighbor?
It's her, the victim is his wife of 4 years.
Okay, all right. Then you are not to consume any illegal drugs or alcohol. You're to have no contact with her or the children. You are to reside somewhere else. You cannot live with her until things change. So you have no contact. You can't live with her. You are not to come within 500 feet of her residence, workplace, or anywhere near her. You can get your personal items, such as clothing, work tools, by calling law enforcement and having them accompany you, or a better idea is for you to have a friend or relative contact her and arrange to get your stuff. But you can't go there except accompanied by law enforcement. Do you have a gun permit? Or do you have any guns? Okay. All right. You are prohibited from possessing or purchasing any firearm, ammunition, and you are not to possess, you are not to commit any crime, from do not drive without a license to another problem, a domestic violence problem. Do not leave the state without getting permission from the court. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, next we have David Gans, Gans. And we have someone in the audience that will be brought into the witness box.
Your Honor, Mr. Gans is medical.
Medical, okay.
And I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
Someone just spoke.
I will waive the appearance.
Oh, okay.
But
All
he
right,
does
come
have-
on up to the, all right, you need to be sworn in first.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Diana Fernandez Solis, Fernandez, space.
Okay, I'm having a hard time understanding you. Can you take your mask off since you're just in there by yourself? And so, State, did you want to ask any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Fernandez Solis. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Gans?
He's my husband.
Are you afraid of him?
No,
Has anything like this ever happened before?
no,
If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
yes.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
Not specifically in this incident.
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Non-violent, yes.
all
I'm
I have, Your
sorry, so do you want him to return to the home or not? Or just to be out of jail but not to return to the home?
Just to be out of jail, but not to be in the home.
Okay, all right, so, all right, and so that's your right, and we can write it up that way. Okay, okay, and so State, let's see, this is, oh, right, so this is, let's see, defendant advised he had drug abuse history, but that was 8 years ago. All right. Okay, so there's only the aggravated battery on a pregnant person. Now, you are pregnant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and do $1,000. For the money, the conditions are he is not to consume any illegal drugs or alcohol. Since he does, now I didn't, your answer was muffled. So does he have an alcohol or a drug problem?
He has a drug problem, yes.
Okay, and so we'll go ahead and I do enter an order based on her testimony that beginning 30 days from the date of release, pretrial release office is to monthly random drug test him until the case is disposed of. Next, he can have, so Madam Clerk, make sure we write this up. He can have no hostile contact with her and the children. You do have children together, yes?
No, this
No,
is.
not at the present time, okay. Okay, he's to have no hostile contact with her, comma, but he cannot reside at the premises unless she says that he can. So do you want me to just, I might just take it away from you so that you're not the bad guy and just make me the bad guy and just say you can have no hostile contact, but he cannot reside with you. Is that okay?
That's okay.
All right, let's write it up that way. Make me the bad guy. So, no hostile contact, but he cannot reside with her. Also, He is not to, no, that doesn't quite work, given this situation, is all right, now, does he have clothing, work things, stuff at your place?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you want to pack it up and put it in boxes?
I can.
Okay, then I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm trying to facilitate for you. All right, that he is not to live there, like I said, but he can get his personal items and work tools, and he can only do that through the use of law enforcement. So there's two ways of doing it. There's the easy way and the more complicated way. An easier way is for you to pack up all of his stuff, put them in bags or boxes, and have his friends or relatives come and get them. So he doesn't, so I'm pretty sure it's been a long time since those women were murdered. I know one was murdered at home. Most women are murdered at home. That's why we hate to have people come to the house. As we're always saying, do it at, Walmart or somewhere, the contact, because most people are murdered at home. So if you can have a friend of his, or if you could take his stuff, if it's not a lot, you could just put it in your trunk and meet him at Walmart or somewhere and have him get his stuff out of your trunk. But I don't want him coming to the house because that's dangerous, okay? So you work it out. But I don't want him coming to the house by himself. If he comes to the house to get his stuff, he better have law enforcement with him. But otherwise, okay, just for your own protection. Okay. Does he or you have any firearms?
No.
Okay. He is not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunitions. He's not to commit any type of crime. He's not to leave the state. And ma'am, for your protection, do you understand everything I've said? And is there anything else you need from me?
I just have a quick question. Because I'm due in 3 months.
I'm sorry, can you speak up a little more?
Yeah, I just have a quick question because I'm due in 3 months, so I'm not quite sure how long this process is gonna take. Obviously, I'm gonna need assistance with the baby at some
Well,
point.
okay. If you don't have something better to do today, I would encourage you to go down to the Orange County Courthouse and get an injunction. See, an injunction and what I just did are two separate things. They both can exist together or separate. So go down, get an injunction. It's a good time to do it because he's in jail. And get an injunction for protection. And that will last, because I did those for years. And we usually do them for indefinite or for 2 or 3 years. And in the interim, you can do a second thing, which is to file a paternity suit. Now, I'm assuming, is he the father or someone else?
He's the father.
Okay, you're sure?
Yes.
Okay. And so you can either do the paternity case now, which is maybe a little premature, or after the child is born, assuming the child, everything works out, you can file a paternity suit. So paternity, so you can get your child support, an injunction, so long-term it can protect you, and then there's this criminal case that I don't know how long it'll last. But those are all three things that you ought to do, okay?
Okay.
Okay, State, did you have a question?
I'm giving you a card. From what I understand, you potentially want him at the birth of the child. I'm giving you a card. This order is in place until another judge changes it or this case is disposed of. So if you want to change at a later time, just give our office a call, potentially for the birth of the child, or otherwise you can follow the recommendations by the judge.
Okay.
Or I'll give you a card with a case number on it so you can get further information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, next is Gorham, Gorham. Okay, I see some people standing up, but nobody's coming for, is anybody coming for Gorham? Yeah,
I do not believe so, Your Honor.
no, okay. All right, Mr. Gorham, this is a felony domestic violence. It says false imprisonment, dating violence, and a battery. You don't have any prior felonies, misdemeanors, failures to appear. Looks like a clean record, and that this is a one-time situation. And so, state any aggravators I need to know about?
Your Honor, I just believe there were children present. So state would just ask that you take that into account and set the condition of, to comply with DCF. The children, I believe, did see the incident and told law enforcement.
Okay, the children that were present, sir, are they yours or were they just children of hers?
It's her son, Your Honor.
Her son, but not yours?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Then that, I don't think state that applies then? Okay. Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and, since you have a clean history and there's no aggravators other than what the state already mentioned, we'll go ahead and do that false imprisonment. Is that an F3?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll do $1,000, and then a battery, we'll do it $500. And as relates to both cases, you are not to consume any illegal drugs or alcohol. You're to have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. No contact means no contact in person or on the internet. You are not to come within 500 feet of the victim's residence, workplace, or anywhere near her. You are to live separate and from her and not closer than 2 miles, if that's relevant. But it says dating, so it may not be relevant, but if it is. Sir, do you have a gun permit or guns?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay, have you turned those over to law enforcement?
Not at this time, I have not.
Okay, do you have a gun? Do you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, because I asked two things, permit and gun.
I have both, Your Honor.
Yeah, both, okay. All right, we'll go ahead and suspend your gun permit, and I order you to turn, what kind of gun is it?
I have three, Your Honor. I have a 380 pistol, a 9mm pistol, and a rifle.
Okay, I want you to turn those over to law enforcement. Now, so state, the law enforcement, it's not just always the sheriff. Is it the jurisdiction of the area that he lives in?
This agency was the sheriff's office, Your Honor.
It's always the sheriff?
Well, for this particular case, wherever this occurred was the sheriff's office. So state would ask that you return.
Okay,
those to
but
the
answering
sheriff's
my
office.
question, which is, if he lived in Winter Park, would it be to the Winter Park Police Department?
It'd be whoever was the arresting agency on this case.
Okay, all right, so you'll get the guns back. We just don't want anything bad to happen to you or to anyone else. So I want those turned over within 24 hours of you being released, and that's number one. And number two, Madam Clerk, I want him to file proof of turning the guns into the Sheriff's Department with the clerk's office within 48 hours of his release. So I'll give you a day to get organized and turn your stuff in, and then I'll give you another day to get to the clerk's office, to turn it into the clerk's office. We just want to verify that you followed my orders. So let's go ahead and have a status hearing. Today is Monday, so he'll be released later today, presumably, so Thursday. So let's have a 9 o'clock status hearing of turning gun over to law enforcement. And put in there, Madam Clerk, write it up this way, which is the way I always do it. If you've done it and you have filed your proof that you've given it to the sheriff with the clerk, then you don't have to come, because that's all I want to do, is that if you've done it, fine, you don't have to come. If you haven't done it, you need to be here and tell the other judge why it hasn't been done. And if you are defiant, I would put you in jail until you do what I tell you to do. And so just do it and file your paperwork, so I or some other judge don't have to put you in jail for contempt of court.
Your Honor, is that going to be in the division or at the BRC?
No, let's, I think it'd just be easier to do it here. And so let's do it in this court. So if you're out of jail and you haven't turned it in, you need to be here. If you've turned it in and filed your paperwork, then you don't have to be present. But let's use this court because it's just easier. I don't want to involve another judge. So, okay, then you are not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Do not commit any crimes. Do not leave the state without court permission. Do you understand everything I've said?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and everything I've said is for your benefit and also society's benefit. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, was it separate residences ordered? I know there was a not allowed within 500 feet.
It was.
Yes. Okay, this was Gorham.
For the record, Ari Cussin on behalf of the Public Defender's Office.
Oh, okay. Okay, next is Eckheim, Eichhine, Eckheim, something like that. Christopher? Okay.
Sir.
How do you say your last name?
Ikina.
Say again?
Ikina.
Oh, okay, I was just, sorry. Okay, and now this, sir, okay, we do have a person in the witness box. Madam Clerk?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Janae Jordan, Jordan.
Okay. All right, sir, the charges against you are battery, dating violence, battery on law enforcement officer, fleeing and attempting to elude a police officer, depriving an officer of the means of protection. State, will you remind me what that is?
Degree-wise, Your Honor?
Yeah, it says depriving the officer of means of protection.
It was an F3, and it's taking either their weapon or radio, so the officer's not able to communicate for help.
Okay. Resisting an officer with violence and without violence. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 charges. And then when I look at who you are, because who you are in the past does predict the future. I mean, that is just the way it is. You have 0 felonies. Yeah, I see it's sort of odd. It says arrest, battery on a pregnant person. Convictions are none, but arrests are a little bit more. Okay, now, ma'am, why don't you tell me what you think I need to know?
Ultimately.
And you can pull your mask down so I can
I'm
better understand you.
I'm sorry, but I came here today because with our situation, I don't find him to be like a bad person or any of that nature. I did tell the state attorney as well as his lawyers that I didn't want to press charges. I think that, you know, everyone has like misfortunes and things that happen, but I just feel that, you know, he's not to be like condemned for that. I don't feel that he's that person.
Okay, well, that may be mitigating for
But ultimately, that's how I feel.
the one charge battery
Right.
of you.
Right.
But these others involve law enforcement and society, and you don't have any.
It's two separate cases.
I'm only speaking on myself.
Right.
Because that's what I came for.
Okay. State, did you want to ask her anything?
No, Your Honor, they are two separate cases.
Okay. Right.
And the battery has been filed, as there were other independent witnesses.
Now, that battery on law enforcement officer, that's an F3?
Yes.
Fleeing and eluding is what?
Also an F3.
Okay.
The depriving of protection is an F3. The resisting with is an F3. The resisting without is an M1.
Okay. Okay. The battery, dating violence, is $1,000. The battery on law enforcement officer is $10,000. Fleeing and eluding a police officer is $10,000. Depriving an officer of the means of communications is $5,000. Resisting with violence is $10,000. All right, and then, so then,
There's one more charge, Your Honor, the resisting without.
oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. That's $1,000. And then, as far as, we'll have, let me look at, okay. Then we'll have no hostile contact on the battery, dating violence, no hostile contact. He used to have no, do you have a gun permit or guns?
Your Honor, I advise my client to not answer these
I'm sorry?
questions. Your Honor, I ask that my client not say anything on the record, as all of this can be used against him in the future and is being recorded.
Okay.
I ask if you are speaking about guns and weapons that you just order that he turn, if he were to have any guns, into the police.
Well, I would check to see if he has a permit, which I think you ought to start doing. I know I would, if I was in this court, I'd have that done every time. Okay, you're, okay. if you have, see, that's the trouble. Okay, you're to have no firearms, ammunition, or weapons of any sort. Ma'am, what kind of gun does he have? Does he have a long gun or a pistol, or what does he have?
I never said that he had a gun.
Okay. All right. He's not to commit any crimes, not to leave the state. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, I have
Next case.
arguments as to the bond. After reading this police report, it is not particularly bad. There is no indication that he had a gun. It sounded like the police stopped him and then pointed a weapon at his chest. To me, reading this, that sounds like my client could have been in fear for his life after he was being stopped for a traffic stop. There's no indication that my client attacked the police officer, just that he was responding to the police coming towards him. Additionally, this client's criminal history is very minimal. These bonds do not seem to line up to what the charges are or his criminal history. And I ask that the counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 be treated as subsidiaries rather than him being arrested on all new charges on each one. I argue that there's no indication that these bonds will protect the community or my client, and there's no indication that my client wouldn't show up to court, as his last failure to appear was 2014, which is over 8 years ago. So I'm asking, 10,000 is already a very high bond for an F3. So I'm asking if you were to keep count 1 at 10,000 to lower the rest, count 2 to be 500, count 3 to be 500, count 4 to be 500, and count 5, which is a misdemeanor, to be 100.
State.
Your Honor, state has no objection to that. The state would disagree, however, that the allegations in the affidavit are particularly troubling. I believe the officer was almost dragged from the vehicle. The state has no objection to keeping 10,000 on 1 and treating 2 through 5 as subsidiaries.
All right, we'll leave it as is. Thank you very much. Next is Luis Jimenez. Luis, I'm sorry. All right, Luis Jimenez. All right, Mr. Jimenez? Okay, and there's nobody in the audience. So this is battery, domestic violence, and then tampering with a witness, a misdemeanor. And there's no prior felonies or misdemeanors or failures to appear. I don't understand, on the second page, mine shows a total of felony domestic violence 6. Do you understand, anybody understand that?
Your Honor, there's been several cases. There was a 2013 misdemeanor non-arrest BAT DV that was declined to prosecute. There's a 2019 BAT DV that was no billed. A 2007 non-arrest BAT DV that was declined to prosecute. Several 2004 juvenile cases that were pled to, and then the instant case today. So there have been prior BAT DVs, however, they were not prosecuted.
Okay, the clerk just corrected something. That 6 was about something else. So that's pretrial release. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, so we do have, state your recommendation as to battery, bond, bail, I mean.
Your Honor, state would ask for 500 on the BAT DV and 1,000 on the tampering.
All right, that's reasonable. So would do, on the battery, be 500, on the tampering of the witness, 1,000. And, sir, you are to have no firearms, Have you turned any firearms that you have over to law enforcement?
Only firearms, sir.
Okay, good. All right, and so you're not to possess any firearms, ammunition, do not commit any type of crimes, and do not leave the state without getting court permission. You understand everything?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, state would ask for a no contact, separate residences, one-time return. It is battery domestic related, and none of the additional, the normal conditions were ordered. I believe the alleged victim was his mother.
Will I be able to have contact with my children?
All right, and so we'll have no contact, since nobody's here, so there's no contact means directly or indirectly. You cannot reside together. You cannot come within 500 feet of the residence, workplace, or anywhere near the victim. And was there anything else, State, that you needed?
Your Honor, there's also children,
Okay, so to have no contact with the children,
and I believe DCF was contacted.
and then if needed, you can get your stuff, which is clothing and personal items and work things, by contacting law enforcement and going to the house and with law enforcement and getting your stuff. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next is Bisker, Bisker. This is, oh, yes. Yes. Okay, and you're Mr. Bisker? All right, stand up, please, and come over here, and the person out there will help you get into the podium, the witness box. Yes, so when I call the case, I want you to stand up, and so thank you for waving, but I need for you to stand up so I know you're here, because people move around out there, and so I almost did not see you, so thank you. Okay, now you are Sean Bisker? All right, and okay, is looking at your background, it does felonies, misdemeanors, failures to appear are all 0. And I'm not aware of any prior criminal history. You are charged with battery, domestic violence. And so, ma'am, if you'll be sworn in, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Juliana Nee Stout, Stout.
All right, state.
Good morning, Ms. Dell. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Bisker?
He's my boyfriend of 4 years.
Are you afraid of him?
I'm sorry, a boyfriend of how long?
4.
4? Okay, thank you. Just speak up a little louder, please.
Okay.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
A few times.
Okay. Approximately how long ago would you say the last time was other than this event?
A couple weeks ago.
If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
No.
Do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Yes.
State has no further questions, Your Honor.
Do you wish for him to live with you, or were you living together?
Yes, I live in his apartment.
You live in his apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And are you planning on moving to where you can have your own apartment?
Not as of right now. I am currently out of a job. So.
Okay, and now he's on the lease, but you're not? Is that?
Correct.
Okay. So So do you want to live together?
Yes.
Okay. State.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. And you have no children together, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a question for her.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any objection to him being released on pretrial release without paying a monetary anything, so that it would be sort of like a pre-probation where they would call him, check up on him, and make sure that he goes to any future court dates?
I don't have any objections.
And if there were a bond, would you be paying that bond to get him released?
No, I will not.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm asking for Mr. Bisker to be released on pretrial release. He has zero criminal history. He has no.
Okay, does he qualify?
He didn't initially, Your Honor, but can you do bond or PTR since he did not initially qualify?
I couldn't understand you. Did he qualify?
Could you do bond or PTR?
Oh, either one?
Either.
Okay, all right. Since you don't have any history and your score is 0, we'll allow you to be on pretrial release. Now, pretrial release means that you're not going to have to pay to get out of jail. And I do order that you have no hostile contact, which means this will be the last time you get out of jail without bail and all the rest of the complications. So no hostile contact. And you need to talk about, ma'am, you said it was a couple weeks ago that he and you got into an argument. Was it physical?
Yes, it was.
All right. Now, it always starts out just a hit and a push and a slap, and it just gets bigger from there. And you heard me earlier say, I did 9 years of domestic violence and injunctions and divorces. And I've had, like I've said before, 2 women murdered, and I've seen lots and lots of women that are just beat up. And so it is really, you don't beat up somebody that you really love. And so I really would encourage you to think about this relationship. I think it's a very dangerous relationship myself. But you're an adult. I'm not your parent. And so I would probably make arrangements to move out and get your own place and get a different boyfriend. So you're to have no drugs or alcohol, no, sir, no firearms, ammunition. Do you have any weapons?
Your Honor, I
Okay.
not to discuss that. I don't know if the charges might.
Do you?
A criminal situation. I'm not sure of his history. I'm not sure if he's a convicted felon.
Does he have a weapon?
No.
Okay. No guns or
No weapons.
rifle or anything?
No.
Okay. Sir, you are not to have any possession. You're not to possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not commit any crimes. Do not leave the state without getting permission from the court. Do you understand that? All right. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, are you going to set a bond in lieu of PTR in case he doesn't qualify when he's rescreened?
Oh, okay. If he does not qualify, then $1,000 bond
Your Honor, I'm asking
or bail.
for a $500 bond. That's standard for a misdemeanor domestic violence. And again, he has no criminal history.
Your Honor, state would object. The allegations within the affidavit are particularly troubling, coupled with the several other incidences of unreported history. State believes $1,000 is reasonable given the allegations within the affidavit.
All right, it's a $1,000 bail. Next, we have Blunt, B-L-U-N-T, Blunt. Okay, we don't have anyone in the audience. All right, Mr. Blunt, this is domestic violence battery, and it looks like you have 6 felonies in the past, 2 misdemeanors, 1 failure to appear, and let's say burglaries, dealing in stolen property, driving while license suspended, and a whole bunch of stuff. All right, this is, so we'll go ahead and, do the bail at $2,500. You are to have no contact with the victim or her children. You're not to come within 500 feet of her residence, workplace, or anywhere near her. You are to live separate residences and not closer than 2 miles. You can get your personal stuff by calling law enforcement and them accompanying you. You're not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Do not commit any crimes, and this includes everything from driving without a license to a serious felony. Do not leave the state. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, thank you very much.
Domestic violence charge, I'm asking for the bond to be 1,000.
All right, it stays as is based on his history.
There's also previous history of the same victim.
Previous allegation.
Okay. Next is Schubert, S-H-A-U-B-E-R-T, Schubert, and I see someone standing.
Your Honor, is the public defender appointed in all these cases?
Say again.
Is the public defender being appointed in all these cases?
Yes. Yeah, I said that in the very beginning. I think there was someone else here.
It was, she was sick, so.
Yes, yeah, I did state that, that the public defender is appointed for all defendants who are not represented by private counsel, and it's a temporary appointment.
Can it be permanent? I believe they've all filled out the affidavit. Oh, so, okay.
Okay. Okay, Francos, Schubert, all right, and, all right, now, he's not the Haitian, is he? The one that needs a translator? You speak English, correct? Does he speak English? Do you speak English?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, and so this is stalking, dating violence, and then a battery, dating violence. And so, ma'am, we're going to swear you in, so speak loud and clear into the microphone.
Raise your right hand, please. Your right hand.
I'm sorry.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Ranika Seer, S-I-E-R-E-R.
All right, and speak up a little louder, please.
May I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Miss Seer. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Schubert?
Girlfriend.
Are you afraid of him?
Yes.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
Yes.
Approximately how long ago would you say the last time was, other than this instance?
A week before.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
No,
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
no.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell the court?
My family also would want him to stay away from them. My mom, my grandma, and my ex-husband.
Your Honor, I believe there are witnesses, per the affidavit. Law enforcement did, I believe, speak to her mother and father. So they would also ask for no contact with witnesses as they are, within the affidavit.
Okay. All right. Sir, this is the stalking. Now, looking at, you have 8 felonies, 3 misdemeanors, 2 failures to appear in court. They range from aggravated assault, burglary of a dwelling, grand theft, burglary of an unoccupied dwelling, VOPs, and so,
Say something, Your Honor?
yes, sir, if you want to.
Your Honor, I'm advising my client
I want to say something. The VOPs and the failure to appear happened because I was incarcerated already, so I didn't have a chance to come to court or anything like that. So it was like I was already sentenced. With the other cases, it was all connected to one case. With the burglary, all that, they was all connected to one case, and they had dismissed them later on because it was like the case hadn't came off. Some of the cases, they were just there because I was incarcerated. I never had a failure to appear while being out on the street, sir. I always showed up to court, attended everything, paid my fines, everything, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that explanation, because I know those things do happen.
Yes, sir.
And so we'll go ahead and do the stalking at 1,000, and then the battery at 1,000. And you heard her say she doesn't want anything more to do with you. Do you understand that?
I'm not gonna be nowhere.
Okay. So this relationship is over with.
Yes, sir. I got my clarity. I don't want no problems. I just want to go about my life. I
Okay.
never did nothing wrong to her. I always been there for her. I just want to just leave it. That's what she asked for. I'm okay with that. I just had to, you know what I'm saying, have clarity for myself.
Okay. All right. You are not to consume any illegal drugs or alcohol. I want you clear-headed and intelligent, not using any kind of drugs or anything like that. You're to have no contact with her, which means nothing on the internet, no apologies, don't send flowers. All of these things are things I've had in my experience, where I felt bad, so I sent her flowers. No, she doesn't want that. And so no contact means no, she doesn't exist anymore. You just stay away from her.
Yes, sir.
Do not contact her or any children, if there is any. You are to stay at least 500 feet away, which is 5 football fields, from her residence, her workplace, anywhere near her. You are to live separate and distinct from her, at least 2 miles. You are not to have any guns, because you are a convicted felon, and that will get you in big trouble. And so do not possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. Do not commit any crimes. Do not leave the state of Florida. And do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
You ordered no contact with the victim. State would request no contact with witnesses as well, which
Oh,
were
yes.
parents.
Yeah, no contact with the victim or witnesses. Thank you. Okay. Okay, next is Esperance, Esperance. Esperance, there's nobody in the audience. And so this is a domestic violence battery. You have no history, no felonies, misdemeanors, failures to appear. State, do you have anything on her that I don't have?
I have prior juvenile history, driving history, and a 2009 non-arrest driving history, but no convictions other than
Okay.
a juvenile in 08.
All right. And so then pretrial release or $500 bail. You are not to consume any illegal drugs or possess alcohol or consume alcohol, I meant to say. You're to have no hostile contact.
Your Honor, state would ask for no contact as the victim is not here.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I meant to say that, but I just said the wrong thing. Thank you. No contact means nothing directly or indirectly. No contact with any witnesses. You are not to come within 500 feet of the victim's or the witness's residence, workplace, or anywhere near them. You're to live separate residences, not closer than 2 miles. You're not to possess any firearms or ammunition or weapons. Do not commit any crimes. This includes everything from driving without a license to a serious felony. Do not leave the state without getting permission from a judge. Do you understand these conditions?
Sir.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, next we have Kinnell, Kinnel. Kinnell or Kinnell, something like that. We do have somebody. Okay, all right. So we have, this is a battery, dating violence. She has no felonies, misdemeanors, failures to appear. All right, let's swear the gentleman in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Christopher Torchin, Torchon.
Yeah, you can push the microphone up a little bit and just speak a little louder, please.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
State.
Good morning, Mr. Torchin. Can you please state your relationship to Ms. Kinnell?
She was my ex-girlfriend.
Are you afraid of her?
What did he say? What did he?
Ex-girlfriend?
Ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
Are you afraid of her?
No, ma'am.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
No, ma'am.
If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future where you did feel threatened, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
No, ma'am.
And do you want to have contact with her while this case is pending?
Yes, ma'am.
And she qualifies for pretrial release, meaning she could get out without paying a monetary bond, but she would be supervised while she was out. Does that sound okay to you, or is that something you would object to?
As in me supervising her? Or?
No, no. Someone at the jail, whatever the conditions that the judge is about to set, they'd make sure she was following those conditions, but she wouldn't have to pay any money to get out.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. State has no further questions, Your Honor, and no objection to PTR.
Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and do pretrial release or a $500 bail.
Your Honor, can you just do straight PTR because she already qualifies?
Okay. All right. You're not to consume any illegal drugs or alcohol. And if I remember, so you're okay with her contacting you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. Then no hostile contact. And she is not allowed to possess or any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. She's not to commit any crimes, including everything from driving without a license to a felony. Do not leave the state without court permission. Ma'am, do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So do I have to pay bail, or do we have to pay bail for her? No?
Nope. She'll be released later today in a couple hours, most likely.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, is this the gentleman? Okay, we need the Creole, we have the interpreter, so we have to switch.
Oh, does he need the interpreter? Do you need an interpreter?
No.
Oh, no, this client is,
No, we're trying to get.
Yeah, sir. Sir, you're gonna have to go and sit down. We'll have you come right back. But we've got an interpreter we have to, what's the name on? Lamite? Hey, Lewis?
Hello?
sir, no witness.
I believe they're on the line, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, interpreter, are you there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if you could speak up a little louder, please. I'm not sure if it's on your end or our end, but you need to be a little louder. Okay.
Okay. Is it better now, Your Honor?
Yes, that's much better.
Thank you.
And so what's the last name? Okay. Okay, interpreter, check with him, and he needs a headset, please. Oh, it comes out of the speaker? Okay, all right, go ahead and tell him that you are the interpreter and that he can speak Creole or whatever language that we're talking about.
Yes, Your Honor. Bonjour, monsieur. Moi, pour l'interpréter pour vous, faut parler très fort pour m'attendre ou, je dois parler créole.
Ok, merci.
Okay. Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, and okay, I see where he does not have any history. And so, State, do you have anything on his background that I need to know?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and we don't have anyone in the audience. Would you ask the audience, in case there's someone who, and go ahead and ask in Creole if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to speak.
Est-ce que il y a aucun moun là, captande qui dans audience là, qui t'a vle parler, qui gen une parole que vous vle dire? N'importe moun qui là captande.
No hands, Your Honor.
Okay, for the record, no one has stood up, and so he has no history, so we'll allow pretrial release if he qualifies.
Qualifies, Your Honor.
He does qualify? All right, so we'll allow pretrial release. And when they're pretrial release, the conditions that I would normally announce, do I have to announce those, or I still have to?
Your Honor, the defendant still needs to understand the conditions.
Okay. All right, so pretrial release, which means that you will be released on your own signature, and you have to agree to certain conditions. And if you mess this up, if you don't follow what they tell you to do, then you're going to be arrested and back in jail, and it's going to require a large amount of money to get out of jail, or you may not get out of jail. Do you understand me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Et nous cap okay.
Do you understand what he's saying? Do you need the interpreter?
We come on.
We don't need the interpreter then.
Okay. Speak up louder and clearer so you do understand what I just said.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Interpreter, apparently he can speak English sufficiently, so we thank you for your service.
You're very welcome, Your Honor. Thank you again for using our services.
Okay, you are not to consume any drugs or alcohol. I want you to keep your mind clear and no problems. You're to have no contact with the victim or witnesses. That means directly or indirectly. No contact. Do not come within 500 feet of the victim or witnesses' residence, workplace, or anywhere near them. Otherwise, they're going to think you're trying to intimidate them. You are not to possess any firearms, ammunition, and not to commit any crimes. That means do not drive without a license and don't do anything that you, any other kind of crime. Do not leave the state without getting permission. So do you understand everything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
I do believe he was living with the victim, Your Honor. Can you do a separate residences with a one-time return so he can get personal belongings?
Yes, thank you. Yes, if you resided with that person and they have items of yours, you are allowed to return to the victim's place of residence and to get your stuff. That means clothing and work tools, but only when accompanied by a law enforcement person. You can't go there yourself, by yourself, I meant to say. Or a better procedure is for you to have a friend or relative contact her and arrange to get your personal stuff. So you can do it either way. All right, thank you. Okay, next is, what's your last name?
Lamite.
Say again.
Lamite.
Okay. Lamite?
Yes, sir.
Okay, close enough? Okay. Did I give you that already by mistake? Lamite. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is, let me look here. Okay, domestic violence battery. Okay, let's go ahead and swear the gentleman in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record, spell your last name.
It's Kurt Kuziel, Khusial.
May I inquire?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Mr. Kuziel. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Lamite?
Boyfriend?
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
No.
If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved?
No.
Do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Yes.
And he qualifies for that program we've been speaking about, PTR. Do you have any objection?
No.
No further questions. The state has no objection to PTR, Your Honor.
Okay, for the record, there are no felonies, misdemeanors, failures to appear. There's nothing in the record that would give us concern of history-wise. So, we do allow you to be released on pretrial release or $500 bail. You are not to consume illegal drugs or. Okay, so he can be released on pretrial release. Let me ask you, isn't it better to do both, say pretrial release or?
It does give them the option, but you would rather get out without paying money, correct? So it would
He
be.
can do either one.
Yes, but they wouldn't know to start processing it probably. So it gets a little bit confusing. What do you think, pretrial release?
Yeah, I believe that.
Is it better not to say the money?
Yeah, because that kind of puts a little strain on us, because we have to go look for them to see what they want to do, besides you.
Okay, so you'd rather me just say pretrial release and then the conditions?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I thought I was helping, and so, so thank you for that
Your Honor,
information.
sometimes I might ask you for monetary bond instead when they do qualify, so I'll make sure to let you know if that happens, okay?
Yes, yes, thank you. All right, and then no illegal drugs or alcohol, no hostile contact, and so no firearms, ammunition. Does he have any weapons, any firearms, pistols, rifles?
He does not.
Okay. Do not commit any crimes, everything from driving without a license to a serious felony. Do not leave the state without permission from the court. Sir, do you understand everything?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm asking that he can leave the state when he's working, but he must return to any future court dates. My client is a flight attendant.
Oh, okay. All right, I understand. Yeah, we definitely need flight attendants up there. I just came from Erie, Pennsylvania for visiting relatives, and I know the shortage that there is. And so let's just go ahead and change the delete that he can't leave the state, but to be on the safe side, so there's no misunderstanding that he can leave the state for work purposes. And
Thank you, Your
so,
Honor.
all right, thank you very much. Okay, next, Mays. Okay, we do have a gentleman who's coming forward. Okay, and, all right, and this is domestic violence battery. There's, the defendant has some arrests, but then it says no felonies or misdemeanors, so apparently she was arrested but not charged. Is that correct, State?
Yes, Your Honor, I do believe he has everything else has been no build or no prost, prior batteries and prior possession of cannabis. However, I do believe he has an open 2022 trespass that he should be out on bond for. 22 MM 3339.
So you say she's out on bond?
He is out on bond.
Oh,
What is the case number?
22 MM 3339.
That charge was dismissed.
In my system, it's not. One second.
On 6/27, it says per ASA case no build, but then weirdly an information was filed after, so it doesn't really make sense. What? No, I understand.
I'll speak, Your Honor.
I have information on 624, was the last.
So on 6/27, it looks like they no billed it in court the same day the information was filed, but it seems like that's probably why this isn't showing that they're out on bond. It is closed in the system and in Odyssey.
It was during a seizure.
So I probably need to email to try to get it out on.
Your Honor, since I will email the ASA on that case to try to figure it out, but it will just request no action at this time.
okay, all right. Okay, let's swear in the gentleman in the booth.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please
All
state
right.
your name for the record and spell your last name.
Kimple Mays, M-A-Y-S.
Okay, Mr. Mays, state.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state your relationship to Niall Mays?
I'm his father.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
In the past, a little pushing, heated arguments, yes.
Approximately how long ago would you say the last time was?
Maybe 10 months to a year.
I couldn't understand him.
10 months to a year, just heated arguments.
heated argument?
Yes, sir. 10 months to a year ago, there were heated arguments.
Is there a mental health issue?
No, he suffered a traumatic brain injury, and he has seizures. A lot of times when he consumes alcohol is what the issue is. And this was the same case in this instant, the night before he consumed alcohol.
All right.
Just, Your Honor?
Yeah, the trouble with, if you have a brain injury, alcohol is an anesthesia. You know, we all think, bourbon or a glass of wine. But if you consume it a little bit more than you should, it becomes an anesthesia, and it really begins to make your brain go dead, and you do and say things you really don't mean. And so if, like your dad said, if you have a brain injury, then you really can't drink alcohol at all, and you really shouldn't, because you're going to say and do things that you'll regret and might wind you up in prison someday. So you have a loving father who's here to help you. And so, Dad, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on the case of the trespassing. We actually went to court downtown, and that case was dismissed.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with him communicating with me at this time. Like I say, we've been in heated arguments due to the alcohol, and I'm okay with indirect contact, but he has his own apartment. You know, me and my wife, we live in a separate home, and as far as we kind of assist him with appointments and anything like that, so my wife still can assist.
Okay. So you're not afraid of him?
No, I'm not afraid,
Okay.
but as of this time, I would say indirect contact.
All right. And pretrial release, if he
I was going to
qualifies?
ask, Your Honor.
Okay, do we know if he qualifies?
He qualifies for the pretrial release program that we have previously been talking about. Do you have any objection to that?
No.
Okay, all right. Okay, you know, you have a loving father, you know, you're a good guy, but you know, you just have to be very careful about what you consume. Like I've already said, I don't want to repeat myself. So we'll go ahead and allow you to be released on pretrial release, and no hostile contact with your parents or with anyone involved in this case. You are not to possess any firearms or ammunition. So, Dad, he doesn't have any weapons, does he?
No, and I would make a stipulation about alcohol if you can.
All right, no alcohol. You're an intelligent person, and the alcohol just makes you do something stupid. You understand?
I agree.
Okay, and so no weapons, okay.
State would request RUAs, given that he is on PTR.
Say again.
State would request RUAs, as he is on PTR, so it'd be easy to monitor them.
I don't know what that means.
Random urine analysis, Your Honor.
Oh, random, okay, all right.
Since that appears to be a trigger for.
I guess my hesitance is he on a bunch of medicines for his injury?
He's on the season medicine. It's been recommended to have a second season medicine, but he's a little hesitant on taking that.
Okay, so no alcohol, which they know how to separate the alcohol from the other medicines. So I'm just trying to discuss it with you in front. So, so we do want random drug and alcohol testing once a month, random drug testing. Okay, anything else from anybody?
Yes, Your Honor. As far as he does take medical marijuana. So I mean, if you do the drug test.
And put in that he does, we can put that in the order that, that he does take medical marijuana, and that's fine. That's
Anything
fine.
without a prescription, as long as he provides the medical marijuana card or a prescription, then it shouldn't
Right,
violate.
okay. All right,
Thank you,
okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, that's,
Just to clarify, no bond?
Right, he'll be released in a few hours.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Next is McCullough, David McCullough. Okay, and this is battery, domestic violence. And Mr. McCullough has no felonies, misdemeanors, failures to appear. There is an out-of-state arrest for menacing.
Your Honor, I do believe there's a prior violation of an injunction.
Okay, thank you. Violation of injunction, yes. Okay, let's swear the witness in, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Randy James, last name's James, James.
Okay, two things. If you could remove your mask and speak up a little louder. You have a soft voice, and it's hard for us to hear, or clearly hear. And so, State, did you want to ask any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. McCullough?
He is my boyfriend / baby daddy.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
No.
If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes.
You need to speak up louder, please, ma'am.
Yes.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident? And were you the victim of any of the prior battery cases or injunction cases?
No.
And he qualifies for pretrial release, the program that we've recently been talking about. Do you have any objection to that?
No.
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Sure.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Without any background, we'll go ahead and release him on pretrial release, assuming he qualifies, and that you're to have no hostile contact with the victim, and you're to possess you are not to possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state without permission. Do you understand everything?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if you said anything about separate residence. It seems like you have your own place now, whenever
Yes,
I'm here.
but I still have. Yes, that's correct, but I still have my stuff at his house.
Okay, so there should be no issue without.
Okay, and next is McFarland. Medical. There's nobody in the audience, so we'll reset this.
Your Honor, I can waive her appearance. Oh. If you, it's really hard because she's medical, but she's not going to be able to be released on a misdemeanor without us setting some sort of bond conditions. So I'm asking this not be reset. And
Okay, that's
I
fine.
can call her or I can go see her today. Where is she located? I can tell her that she can have no contact, is what I'm saying.
Right, so you're okay with us. See, she does have 5 misdemeanors, 3 failures to appear. And she has a resisting an officer without violence, reckless driving, theft, resisting, reckless again. And then fleeing, aggravated fleeing and attempting to elude in Louisiana, robbery with a firearm, aggravated fleeing or attempting to elude, again, causing injury, petty thefts.
Your Honor, that's under just the arrest, so those aren't convictions. Those, she has not been, she is not guilty of those. Those, I'm asking not to be held against her. Those are just arrests.
Okay,
It would also bring your attention, in addition to the 3 prior failures to appear, she also previously had a fugitive warrant from another jurisdiction.
okay.
The state's
Alright.
concerned about her ability to comply with court orders and show back up to court.
What bail do you believe is reasonable?
Your Honor, state has no objection to a $500 or $1,000 bond, but state would
Alright.
ask for no PTR.
All right, we'll do the $1,000 based on her history. And no contact, no residing together, and no firearms, or ammunition. And do not leave the state. All right, thank you. Okay, next is Phillips, Lamar Phillips. Okay, there's nobody in the audience. So you are Mr. Lamar Phillips?
Sir?
Okay, you have 2 felonies, 1 misdemeanor, and carrying a firearm, burglary of a dwelling. These are convictions, grand theft, open carrying a firearm, and then you have arrests for several drug matters. Okay, and this is battery, domestic violence. And so we'll go ahead and do $1,000 for the bail. No contact, direct or indirect, do not reside together, do not come within 500 feet of her residence, workplace, or anywhere near her, live separate. You can get your stuff by going with a sheriff's deputy to the house if that's relevant. And you are not to consume, I'm sorry, do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition, do not commit any type of crime, do not leave the state of Florida. State, is there anything else?
Your Honor, state would also ask for a no return to Amvit's nightclub, which is the location where this occurred.
Okay, no return to that nightclub. All right, thank you very much. Okay, next we have Rivera. We have Rivera, Karina Rivera, and we do have a witness stepping into the witness box. And so this is battery, dating, violence. The defendant has no history of any sort that I'm aware of. And so let's hear from the witness, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yep.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
It's Timothy Kim, K-I-M.
Okay, you can take your mask down and speak loud and clear, please. State.
May I inquire? Good morning, Mr. Kim. Can you please state your relationship to Mrs. Rivera?
She's my girlfriend.
Are you afraid of her?
Not at all.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
No, ma'am.
If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
No, ma'am.
And do you want to have contact with her while this case is pending?
Yes.
No further questions. Oh, actually, she qualifies for the pretrial release program that we've been speaking about all morning. Do you have any objection to that?
Not at all.
No further questions, Your Honor. However, state would just point to the affidavit that law enforcement did note a use of alcohol.
Okay, all right. We'll do pretrial release, and that she's to be randomly drug tested after 30 days by pretrial release staff until the case is disposed of. She's to have no hostile contact with the victim. She's not to possess any firearm or ammunition, do not commit any type of crime, do not leave the state. Ma'am, do you understand that? All right, thank you very much.
So was that a no alcohol drug?
Right, drug testing, drug and alcohol testing. Okay, next is, let's see, RUE, I guess, Ruda, RUEDA, Rita, something like close to that. This is medical, okay. All right, well,
Your Honor, I've asked that I waive his appearance and we set bond conditions.
okay, she has, I guess it's a he, it's a white male, so it's a male, okay. 1 felony, 6 misdemeanors. All right, we'll go ahead and do $1,000 bail, and no drug or alcohol, no contact, no weapons, firearms, ammunition, no crime, do not leave the state.
Your Honor, state would ask her to comply with the injunction in 22 DR 5771.
All right, and comply with the conditions of the injunction that he violated. Okay, this is, you are, how do you say your last name?
Ruvalcaba.
Okay, Ruvalcaba. Okay, this is a battery, you don't have any history, and the Okay, the person involved, who's the alleged victim, says she has filed a paper that she wants no contact with you. She doesn't want to hear from you, see you,
I
and
believe it's
so.
the defendant's brother, Your Honor.
Oh, it's a brother?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was Michelle, but maybe it's Michael. Okay, and, but to have no contact with you. And so, looking at your history, there is no past, there's no misdemeanors, no felonies, nothing like that. So, does he qualify for pretrial release?
He does.
All right, so we'll allow pretrial release. And no contact with your brother. You're not allowed to possess any firearm or ammunition. Do not commit any crimes. This includes driving without a license to any serious felony. Do not leave the state without first getting permission from the judge in your case. Do you understand everything? All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, state would ask for separate residences.
Say again?
State would ask for separate residences.
Yes.
We live in
or-
separate residences, Your Honor.
Then no return to the victim's residence.
Okay. All right, separate residences. And if you have to go to your brother's residence, it has to be with a law enforcement person to get your personal items, otherwise, no contact. Okay, next is Thomas, Gigamon Thomas. And we do see somebody walking over to be into the witness box.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
Okay, if we would go ahead and swear her in, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, do you swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay, state.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your name for the record? Can you please state your name
My name is Lena
and your last name?
Dominic.
And spell your last name.
Dominic.
And what is your relationship to Mr. Thomas?
He is my husband. I've been married for 21 years.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
No.
Do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Yes.
Do you wish for him to return home and for you to have
yes.
contact?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have one question for Miss Christie, or Miss Thomas, I guess your last name is? Is your name Christy Thomas?
Yes.
Are you afraid of Mr. Thomas?
No.
Okay. And you're okay with him returning home? Okay. That's all, Your Honor. He also qualifies for pretrial release, the program we've been talking about, so he could be released without paying any money, but he'd be supervised.
One thing I want to mention, the only reason we called the police was so that he can get help and not to get arrested. We do not want to press any charges against him, and we want him to return home.
And only thing, he is not supposed to take any alcohol because he had some treatment, like he's under treatment. So his brain will not suit with alcohol.
We
So-
just wanted to put him in some detox center in which he can get help
In
because he is
case-
an alcoholic and he has an addiction. So we just want him to get help. We don't want to press any charges.
In case if he need, otherwise he was perfectly okay 2 days before because he said he is under some stress. Lena, I just want to relax, he told me. Then when I went for the night shift, he just took the alcohol. So once he take, he want to continuously, he want to use it. So he should not use it, that is the only thing. Otherwise, he is a perfect man.
Your Honor, did you hear all that?
Bits and pieces.
In some, that
Can I say
there
something?
seems to be alcohol issues, and other than when he uses alcohol, he's the victim's testimony, the perfect man. So they, mostly when they call the law enforcement, they wanted him to be, I guess, Marchman acted, and that was not the case. He was arrested instead. I'm assuming he didn't meet the criteria for Marchman, as it's not within the affidavit. So they wanted him to get help. However, that's not how the situation unfolded. So they do believe alcohol is a underlying catalyst. So we just asked for, since he qualifies for PCR with no drugs, alcohol, and RUA.
Okay. All right. You heard that conversation, right? I know you were talking to your attorney, but did you also hear what your family said and what the prosecutor said?
Yes, sir.
All right. And, there are situations where you just cannot drink without it affecting your head.
Yeah, sure.
And I mean like nothing, zero.
Yeah.
And so you have a loving family. Your wife loves you. Your daughter loves you.
They are very good. They are very good.
But they are very stressed about your drinking. And so we'll go ahead and release
I was
you.
not drinking for 6 months. I was just, it happened only one time day for yesterday. I was never touching for 5 to 6 months. I was never touching at all. I never touch any alcohol. So without any treatment or anything, I stopped myself.
Okay.
And I drink 1 time, 2 time, it's not a big.
Okay, all right.
He cannot drink alcohol. He understands he's going to be randomly drug tested. So if it's not a problem, it won't be a problem in the future.
Right.
He knows that he's going to be tested.
Right. And so we'll release him on pretrial release with the condition that he be beginning 30 days from now, that he be random pretrial from the date of release. He's to be random drug tested and alcohol, and emphasize alcohol, please, until this case is disposed of. So no alcohol, period. No drugs. You are to have no hostile contact, which means you are to love your family and no arguing with them, be respectful. They are respectful of you, so I want you to be respectful of them.
Beloved judge, let me.
Okay. Do you have, you're not to have any firearms or weapons or ammunition, do not commit any crimes, and do not leave the state without permission. Do you understand everything? Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, folks.
One more question.
It'll be a few hours, and then you can pick them up.
In case if he uses alcohol, what should I do?
Okay, thank you. We need to move on, please.
Okay.
Okay, next case is Vasconcelos, or something close to that. And so this is a battery, domestic violence, and the defendant has no criminal history. And let's swear the witness in, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
My name is Eduardo Jose Paniagua, Paniagua.
Say,
Good morning, Mr. Paniagua. What is your relationship to the defendant?
She is my lovely wife.
Are you afraid of her?
Not at all.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
Never.
If anything like this or anything more severe where you ever felt threatened ever occurred, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
Not at all.
And do you want to have contact with her while this case is pending?
Definitely yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
all right. We'll release her on pretrial release. And no alcohol or illegal drugs, no hostile contact, and you are not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition, and do not commit any crimes, and do not leave the state without permission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. She'll be released in a couple of hours. Thank you.
Okay, next is initial appearances. Let's see, this is, all right, this is Anderson. Okay, Anderson, are you Anderson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, and this is, let's see, hold for initial appearances, there's out-of-county warrants, and, okay, yes, this is Anderson, okay. Let's see, driving while license revoked, habitual, providing false identification to law enforcement. So this is intake records, surety, so she's out on bond of $5,000.
Your Honor, State would ask that you take no action on her out on bond Orange County case and only deal with the out-of-county warrant.
Okay, so to take no action on the out-of-county, and then.
On
and
her
then-
out on bond, Dwellis, and false ID.
Okay. And then, okay, you do have bonds. That's what I was checking for. Your out-of-county warrants, there's a $7,500 bond, $2,000, and then $7,500, and then $2,000 again. And so you do have bonds as regards those matters. And it will take no action on our matters.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Daly. Ms. Daly, you're out on bond, petty theft of $100 or more. Your bond was $7,500. And we'll revoke the bond and she has an out-of-county warrant. So I guess, so she's a petty theft for us, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and so she's out on bond on our petty theft, so we'll revoke the $7,500. We'll change that to be 10,000. I'm not sure why 75 on the petty theft, but there must have been reason. And so we'll change that. She loses that bond or bail, bond, I mean, and change it to $10,000 just because it should be increased if someone violates it. And then there's an out-of-county warrant, and that out-of-county warrant, there's a $2,500 bail. All right.
Your Honor, what county is that from?
And Your Honor, I would like to know if I could see that warrant, the out-of-county warrant, because I'm not sure the date of the offense, so it could have happened prior to the out-on bond. And therefore, there could be no action taken on that out-on bond. I just can't tell because it's an out-of-county case.
Oh, Volusia and the bond amount, bond status, let's see. Oh, she was arrested on the Volusia County, July 17.
Yes, Your Honor, but what about the offense date, not the arrest?
July 17, 2022, in Volusia County.
Your Honor, that's the arrest date, not the offense date. So there was a warrant and then they got arrested on the warrant. I'd like to see the underlying warrant or else we don't know whether or not they violated their out on bond.
Your Honor, I believe you only have a teletype, so the state would just ask for no action to keep court moving. I don't believe we have access to the actual affidavit of the underlying for that warrant, just the teletype from that county. And I'm not sure if it occurred before January 10th of 2021, which is when the petty theft occurred.
Well, I can't answer the questions. I don't have the information.
So Your Honor, the state and I agree to just take no action on that out of bond.
Okay, all right. I'll take no action on that as we don't have the full information. Or is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then we have this is McDonald, John McDonald. All right, sir, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out-of-county warrants, and this is, it just says, oh, it's from Lake County, and they're no bond, so it's a 0, so you're just going to have to go to Lake County and deal with it. All right, thank you. And then we have Paramore, Mr. Paramore. This is an out-of-county warrant. Now, out on bond in a grand theft case of ours, and then
Your Honor, I asked that we be appointed on that case. I know you had previously said we were appointed on all cases, but we are not appointed yet on that out of bond.
Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office.
And Your Honor,
State would again request no action.
All right, we'll take no action as far as revoking our bond because we don't have enough information.
Your Honor,
And your out-of-county warrant has a $1,500 bill. Okay, then we have, let's see, Thomas. Let's see, Thomas, this is an out-of-county warrant from, it says Warren. Let's see, oh, it's Seminole County, I just misread that. So it's a Seminole County, it's $3,000 bill, and so we'll notify them to come and get you. All right, thank you.
Sir?
Yes, sir?
I've been at work. I don't know where this come from. My bank information and everything was stolen from me. So I don't know how all of a sudden this is the first time I ever heard about this. Last night I was arrested on a warrant I knew nothing about, and I've been at work. I got the proof of that. I don't even know why I'm here today.
All right. You're going to have to, we will send you over to Seminole County. They'll fingerprint you again and get into that. You know, I can't really respond to
So
your
am I able to
comments.
bun out from here?
Say again?
Am I able to bun out from here?
Yes.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can. What was that bond?
3,000.
Yeah, so yes, you can bond out here and then report to Seminole County and take care of it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, next is Clark. Okay, this is violation of community control. There's no bail for that. You'll go to the VOP court, and then resisting an officer with violence is another charge. And for that charge, you do have 3 felonies, 2 misdemeanors, 1 failure to appear, and then some drugs and other issues like that as far as history goes. So resisting an officer without violence, we'll go ahead and make that $2,500 bail. And then no possession of weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Do not commit any new crimes, and do not leave the state without permission. All right, thank you. Okay, next is Davis, Eric Davis. Mr. Davis, this is a violation of probation. You'll see the VOP court in the next few days. Thank you very much.
So you're leaving the bond, correct, Your Honor?
There's no bond for VOP. Is that what you meant?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay, I'm out of paperwork.
I believe we have 2 33-day motions, Your Honor.
But first, Your Honor, can we revisit a case, the last DV case we had, for the Esmeralda Vasconcelos? You ordered her to pretrial release, but she didn't initially qualify. So can we just add on the order bond or PTR, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And on bond,
Your Honor, state would ask for 500 if it was a misdemeanor and she has no other history.
yeah, that's what I
PTR
was
or
wondering.
5.
Yeah, 500 is fine. Okay, I have a 33-day motion. Let's see, in a minute. Yes, all right, the last name is Jones, 6313.
It should be granted, notice and on filing.
22. 22?
Yeah.
Carroll, Carroll. The last four are 6582.
Should be denied and information was filed. It's also 22.
And that's it. That's all I have.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, do we want to begin at 12:30? Or do you want to begin at 1? I mean, it's up to you.
The state's fine with 12:30, Your Honor.
I couldn't hear. No. Oh. Okay, 12:30, all right, 12:30.
Y'all still have the second session? You don't?
No. It's not
Also, I already emailed Letitia the docket. I will email her.
Sorry, I gotta send it to you. Came unprepared. All right.
Oh, that's mine. I'll print it for him.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, just don't close it.
This is this.
12:30.
Miss Ann.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say. Can you all hear me over there at the jail?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi there. I'm Judge Savage. Everybody who's here today is here for first appearances. When I call your name, I need you to please come on up to the microphone, the one over there closest to the wall. I'm going to ask you to state your name. I'm going to tell you the reason why you've been detained and whether or not I find probable cause for that detention. If there is probable cause, I will tell you the conditions of your release, if any. I know the video played, I heard it playing, so hopefully you all were paying attention. It gives some really good and very important information about your rights. Today's hearing is not about whether or not the state can prove that you are guilty of the underlying charge. This is about the probable cause for the arrest, whether or not the state goes forward, how they go forward, what needs to be proven, that all happens potentially down the line. Today is about the probable cause and about the detention. If we know what your next court dates are, we'll tell you. If you hear the words on demand, that means it hasn't been scheduled yet. Please make sure that you keep in touch with either your lawyer or the clerk's office so that you don't miss your future court dates. Appearances from the state?
Matt Kazera for the state, Your Honor.
Thank you. From the public defenders?
John Mancini on behalf of the Public Defender's Office.
Thank you. And from pretrial release?
Krista Osborne, pretrial release.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes?
I have identified 4 individuals that would require the needs of a Spanish interpreter today, Your Honor.
Okay, I do have the Spanish cases first. The volume is pretty low. Is there anything I can do to turn that up? Because I'm having a hard time hearing. And I know the mask doesn't help, but you can keep it on. I'm not telling you have to take it off. Just if you're wearing a mask, speak up a little bit louder than you normally would.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks. So we're going to call IT just to be on the safe side.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm calling the Spanish interpreter at this time.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretaña, Spanish interpreter, previously sworn.
Good afternoon. It's Judge Savage. I'm doing first appearances with the Video Connect to the jail. Can you help us?
Sure.
Great. And you did say previously sworn, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The first person I'm going to call, the booking report is John Doe 3201.
PD appointed.
And my understanding his name may be Arnaldo Cruz. All right, he's standing at the podium. If the interpreter can please ask him to say his name.
Señor, por favor, diga su nombre completo. My name? Wilson Ramírez Membreño.
Okay, different name than I had in the booking report.
Este nombre es distinto del que tenía yo aquí en el informe de encarcelación.
One moment, give me one moment, sir, to ask a question of the lady who's here.
Señor, permítame un momento, por favor.
Officer Osborne, what name did you have, if any, for this person?
We had no name, Your Honor.
Oficial Osborne, ¿qué nombre tenía usted para esta persona? Si es que tenía alguno, no teníamos el nombre, su señoría.
The reason why I said Arnaldo Cruz is because the booking report says the officer made contact with the person identified as the suspect, and he said his name was Arnaldo Cruz.
La razón por la cual yo mencioné el nombre de Arnaldo Cruz es que aquí en el documento dice que se entró en contacto con el sospechoso y que el nombre de esta persona era Arnaldo Cruz.
Unless I misread it and Arnaldo Cruz was another third person.
Puede ser que yo haya leído mal y que Arnaldo Cruz sea otra persona.
I identified the people involved being the named victim, Wilfredo.
Las personas que tengo yo aquí identificadas como que estuvieron involucradas en el incidente son la víctima, Wilfredo.
The suspect's wife, Sonia.
La esposa del sospechoso, Sonia.
And then the only other name here said suspect Arnaldo Cruz.
Y el otro nombre que tengo aquí dice sospechoso Arnaldo Cruz.
Just a third person?
Third
Okay.
party here, Judge.
Gotcha.
Arnaldo Cruz es un tercero que testificó lo que ocurrió entre la víctima y el sospechoso.
It doesn't clearly say that, but I'm going to have to suspect that that's accurate. Hold on, that's fine, it's not a big deal. I see paragraph 4. All right, so, sir, can you please say your name one more time, a little bit louder?
Señor, por favor, repita su nombre una vez más, un poco más alto. Wilson Ramírez.
Mr. Ramirez, do you have anybody you can call to bring any form of identification for you to the jail?
Señor, ¿hay alguien a quien usted pueda llamar para que le lleve a la cárcel algún tipo de identificación suya? I would say no.
Nothing?
Because I lost the passport that I had.
Where are you from?
¿De dónde es usted? Honduras.
So you have absolutely no identification of any kind.
Así que entonces, señor, usted no tiene ningún tipo de identificación, ninguna.
No, es que también no he podido ir a solicitarlo en Miami.
It's just that I have not been able to go to request it in Miami.
So let's say you go to Miami. What are you going to bring to them to prove who you are?
Vamos a suponer que usted va a Miami. ¿Qué le va a llevar usted a ellos para demostrar quién es usted? Oh, well, I don't know.
Okay. So, Mr. Ramirez, you were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Señor Ramírez, usted fue puesto bajo arresto por agresión física agravada con arma letal.
I reviewed the affidavit and there is probable cause.
Habiendo repasado el documento acusatorio, determino que existen indicios de criminalidad.
Officer Osborne, has any method of identification taken place?
No identification at all. They ran the FBI on him and it still came back John Doe, so we were unable to verify his history.
A la agente Osborne le pregunto si han podido tener algún tipo de identificación de él. No, su señoría, él no tenía identificación. También hicimos una búsqueda en la base de datos del FBI, pero no arrojó resultados.
Mr. Ramirez, who are you here in Florida with?
Señor Ramírez, ¿con quién está usted aquí en Florida? Well, I came here with a cousin from New Jersey.
Do you have other family in New Jersey?
¿Usted tiene otros familiares en New Jersey? Yes, I have my mom there, my brother, and some uncles.
Moms are usually great sources of kept information.
Las madres suelen ser muy buenas fuentes de información que han guardado.
Does by chance your mom have anything of yours identifying you from when you were maybe even a little bit younger?
Puede ser que su madre tenga algo suyo que le identifique, aún cuando sea algo de cuando era usted más joven. No, she doesn't.
All right, so you're gonna be in a little bit of a pickle here. I don't know how you translate that expression into Spanish.
Señor, usted va a estar en un poco de problemas aquí.
Because we need to know who you are before I can decide how to release you.
Porque antes de poder decidir cómo le vamos a conceder la libertad, necesito saber quién es usted.
Bond will remain at 0 and will roll IAs till tomorrow.
Las fianzas permanecen en 0 y se aplaza la vista de primera instancia para mañana.
The public defender has been appointed.
Se ha designado el abogado de oficio.
Once this hearing is over, get with the public defender and give them the info to your relatives in New Jersey.
Una vez termine esta audiencia, reúnase con el abogado de oficio y dele al abogado la información acerca de sus familiares en New Jersey.
And they can help you contact that family. Maybe they can find something with your name and your picture on it.
Y el abogado podrá ayudarle a usted a ponerse en comunicación con esos familiares en New Jersey. A veces ellos pueden encontrar alguna identificación que tenga su foto.
It could be anything. It could be from your country, an old driver's license, a school ID, anything with your name and your picture.
Puede ser cualquier cosa, siempre y cuando lleve su nombre y su fotografía. Puede ser alguna identificación de su país, alguna licencia de conducir vieja o hasta alguna identificación escolar.
Or even a passport that was expired from when you were a little bit younger.
Un pasaporte que se le haya expirado de cuando usted era más joven.
I just want to try to know for sure your name.
Lo que necesito es asegurarme de su nombre.
Sure.
Señoría, si me permite, sí.
I'll ask corrections to give you all some access to just trying to get the numbers.
Su señoría, conversaciones con mi cliente aquí en la cárcel. Él tiene la información de contacto con sus familiares en New Jersey, pero no se la sabe de memoria. ¿El programa de libertad provisional podría ayudarnos con eso? Bueno, yo les voy a decir que le den acceso en sala.
Thank you.
Solo relacionado a los números de teléfono.
See you tomorrow.
Le veremos mañana.
Thank you. The next one, Ivan Rivera Adorno, 20 CF 2057. I'm sorry, what'd you say? Sure. Good afternoon, please say your name.
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, diga su nombre completo. Iván Antonio Rivera Adorno.
Mr. Rivera, you were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I've read the affidavit and find probable cause.
Señor, usted fue puesto bajo arresto por agresión física agravada con arma letal. Habiendo repasado el documento acusatorio, determino que existen indicios de criminalidad.
PTR, any history?
Al programa de libertad provisional le pregunto, ¿él tiene antecedentes?
He only has one prior back in 1995 for assault on his wife, which was out of state.
Solamente tiene un antecedente de 1995, agresión física en contra de su esposa fuera del estado.
Mr. Rivera, your bond is going to be set at $5,000 with pretrial release supervision.
Señor, se le concede fianza en la cantidad de $5,000 con supervisión del programa de libertad provisional.
You may not have any contact with the listed victim.
Se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con la víctima.
You may not possess any weapons or firearms.
Se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas y armas de fuego.
And you may not return to the 7-Eleven on Coa Street.
Y se le prohíbe regresar al 7-Eleven en la calle Coa.
Do you need a public defender?
Señor, ¿necesita usted un abogado de oficio? Yes.
PD will be appointed. Next court date on demand.
Se designa el abogado de oficio. La fecha de la próxima audiencia se anunciará.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Henry Tovar Lizarrazo, 22 1609.
PD appointed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, please say your name.
Señor, buenas tardes. Diga su nombre completo, por favor. I'm sorry, Your Honor, the interpreter needs him to repeat his name.
No problem.
Señor, por favor, repita el nombre lento. Henry Eduardo Tovar Lizarazo.
Thank you, sir. You were arrested for domestic violence battery.
Señor, usted fue puesto bajo arresto por agresión física por violencia doméstica.
I read the affidavit and there is probable cause.
Habiendo repasado el documento acusatorio, determino que existen indicios de criminalidad.
PTR, any history?
No, he has no prior arrests.
Le pregunto ahora al departamento a libertad provisional si él tiene antecedentes. No, no tiene arrestos previos.
Sir, based on what I read in the affidavit, I'm setting your bond at $2,000.
Señor, según lo que leí en el documento acusatorio, la fianza es de $2,000.
And that will be with pretrial release supervision.
Con supervisión del programa de libertad provisional.
No contact with listed victim.
Se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con la víctima.
No return to any shared residence.
Se le prohíbe regresar a cualquier vivienda que compartan.
One-time assist order is permitted with law enforcement.
Se le permitirá regresar en una ocasión acompañado de las autoridades.
And no weapons or firearms, no alcohol.
Y se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas, armas de fuego ni alcohol.
Yes, sir. State attorney wanted to say something.
Yes, Your Honor. I think we might have a witness here for this.
Understood.
Sí. Y le pregunto al fiscal, ¿puede ser que tengamos un testigo aquí en este caso?
Is there someone you'd like to call?
No, Your Honor. I think we may have a victim in the courtroom, though.
Is there anyone with regard to this case who'd like to be heard by the court?
En esta sala hay alguien en relación a este caso que desee expresarse ante el juzgado.
No hands raised. Okay. You said PD already appointed? All right. Correct. Well, all right. So, next court date will be on demand.
La fecha de la próxima audiencia se determinará.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Who else was identified as really needing a Spanish interpreter? Because you said 5, we did 3. The first one that was there bonded, that would be 4, so I'm missing 1. Oh. Gotcha. All right. Mervin Cruz Marrero, 22 CF 2058. Okay, give me a second. Sir, please state your name.
Señor, por favor, diga su nombre completo.
Melvin Cruz Marrero.
Melvin Cruz Marrero.
Thank you. This is a reset from yesterday where Judge Caraballo, I think, was doing first appearances at the jail.
Este caso se aplazó del día de ayer al día de hoy. Creo que era la juez Caraballo quien estaba atendiendo las primeras instancias.
I got an order from Judge Caraballo that said, based on what she received, there was not yet probable cause.
Y tengo aquí una nota de la juez Caraballo que indica que según lo que ella había recibido no existían indicios de criminalidad.
But that she was going to exercise a 24-hour discretionary pass to see if the state wanted to supplement anything.
Pero que ella iba a ejercer la capacidad de extenderlo 24 horas a ver si en ese tiempo la fiscalía radicaba algo.
I didn't get anything. It looks like what I have is just the initial arrest report.
Yo no recibí nada. Lo que aparenta estar aquí es el informe de arresto inicial.
Does the state have anything else that you want to give the court to consider?
¿La fiscalía desea añadir algo más para que este juzgado lo tome en consideración?
Your Honor, I have not received anything. I was not aware that this was a reset, and so I wasn't looking for anything. Your Honor, I understand the rules of procedure concerning this, but I would ask for an additional 24 hours to get it. The note that I have on here is that it was reset for an interpreter issue, but that's apparently not the same note that you got.
Su señoría, no he recibido nada adicional. Tampoco estaba consciente de que este caso se había aplazado del día de ayer al día de hoy. Así que no estaba pendiente de nada. Pero nosotros conocemos las reglas de procedimiento penal, las respetamos y por lo tanto le solicitamos que se aplace por 24 horas adicionales. La razón que tenía yo aquí anotada es que el caso se había aplazado porque no había intérprete disponible, pero aparentemente no es la misma información que tiene usted.
I just had the deputy make sure that the state attorney could see
I see the check.
court notes from yesterday.
Ahora me aseguré de que el fiscal pudiese ver las notas del día de ayer.
Public defender wish to say anything further? Hold on, let the interpreter.
El abogado de la defensa desea añadir algo más, sí, su señoría.
Go ahead.
Yo hablé con el abogado que atendió este caso inicialmente en el fin de semana para la vista de primera instancia. Tengo entendido que ellos sí pudieron utilizar ayer los servicios del intérprete, pero que no se determinó que existiesen indicios de criminalidad según el documento acusatorio. Su señoría, nosotros estamos solicitando que se le conceda caución juratoria, ya que no se determinó indicios de criminalidad ayer. Estamos solicitando que se mantenga esa determinación. Ya se ha aplazado esto unas 24 horas.
At this time, the court is going to release Mr. Cruz ROR.
Este juzgado pone en libertad al señor Cruz bajo caución juratoria.
Based on there not being probable cause established.
Debido a que no se han establecido indicios de criminalidad.
Mr. Cruz, we have an address for you on Packard Ave in St. Cloud. Is that correct?
Señor Cruz, la dirección que tenemos suya es en Packard Avenue en St. Cloud. ¿Esa dirección es correcta?
Sí, eso es así.
Yes, that's right. That's the address.
So the case is not over yet. Please keep in touch with your lawyer until you know for sure what's going to be happening next.
El caso no se ha terminado aún, así que por favor manténgase en comunicación con su abogado hasta que no se determine ¿qué será lo que va a suceder?
You don't want to miss a future court date until you know it's closed.
Porque usted no quiere faltar a una audiencia futura hasta que no sepa que el caso en efecto está cerrado.
Right now, the next court date will be on demand. The state has to see if they're going to file charges.
Ahora mismo, la fecha de la próxima audiencia no se ha determinado porque se está esperando que la fiscalía decida si va a radicar formalmente la acusación.
Okay?
¿Está bien?
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right. I think that's all for the interpreter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Well, Judge Caraballo found no PC and nothing else was provided. Yeah. All right. Curvins Pierre. Thank you. For the record, he meets criteria under VFOSC. Good afternoon. Please say your name.
Curvins Pierre.
Mr. Pierre, it looks like you were picked up on a warrant out of Orange County. So what we're going to do is we're going to get you transferred over there. My understanding right now is that it's a zero bond, and so I don't have the authority to change that. I can appoint you a public defender if you need one, though.
No, but it was just like an ad.
It doesn't matter what it was for. It was a warrant that came in with a zero, so I can't do anything about that. But we'll get you moved over to Orange, okay?
All right, and how long would that take by any time?
Usually pretty quickly. They'll probably get you out of there, if not later today, tomorrow. That's my guess. All right? Do you want a PD? Yeah, you could call your own lawyer. We won't appoint the PD. Thank you. I think we're okay volume-wise. Thanks. Michael Clarity, 22 CF 2053. Good afternoon. Please say your name.
Michael Clarity.
Mr. Clarity, you were arrested for domestic battery by strangulation and child abuse without great bodily harm. I read the affidavit and there is probable cause. PTR?
Yes, Your Honor, he has 15 misdemeanors, 9 felonies, which consist of several BOPs, FTAs, marijuana possession, burglary tools possessed, battery domestic violence, disorderly intox, marijuana possession, drug equipped possessed.
Do you know if the previous DV was the same victim?
Yes, it was, Your Honor.
Bond in count 1 will be set at $7,500. Bond in count 2 will be set at $5,000. He does not qualify for PTR due to the nature of the charges. The court will still impose no contact with all listed victims, no return to the address, which means maintain a separate residence, no weapons or firearms of any kind, do not possess or consume any drugs or alcohol. Do you need a public defender, sir?
Yeah.
PD will be appointed provisionally. Your next court date will be on demand. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yeah.
I would request a one-time return in this case, just so that if he has any personal belongings or any retrieval.
He can have a one-time assist with law enforcement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Samantha Erdl, 22 MM 1601. Thank you. Good afternoon. Please say your name. Thank you. Ms. Erdl, you were arrested for domestic violence battery. There is probable cause. PTR, any history?
She has no Florida priors and just 1 FTA from Maryland back in 2016.
Ms. Erdl, how long have you been living in Florida?
1 year.
Okay. Bond will be set at $1,000 with pretrial release, no contact with victim, maintain a separate residence, a one-time assist is permitted with law enforcement, no weapons or firearms, do not possess or consume any alcohol. Do you need a public defender?
Yes.
PD will be provisionally appointed. Your next court date will be on demand. Thank
Your
you.
Honor. Your Honor, I think we have a victim here for this case as well.
Is there anybody with regard to this case who'd like to be heard? Okay, sir, you can come on up to the podium. Good afternoon. Hi. In a moment, if you do wish to speak, of course you can. I just want you to know that she will be able to hear you. So just if you want to be heard, please know that that's going to happen. If you don't want to be heard, then you shouldn't say anything.
That's mine.
Okay. Do you want to be heard?
Yes.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, so help you God?
That's mine.
Thank you. Please lower your hand. Tell me your name.
My name's Andre Powell.
Okay. Sir, who are you with relation to Samantha?
Samantha's my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend. Okay. Are you the person who's listed in this affidavit as the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What would you like to say, sir?
I just would like to say it was a big misunderstanding. This whole situation was really blown out of proportion by a friend from Maryland that I guess she called the cops, and we could have handled this amongst ourselves, but they don't understand how the law works in Florida, so it's just a big misunderstanding, and I just would ask for her to be released on her own recognizance, because she's no threat to me whatsoever. It was honestly a verbal altercation, and it escalated, and they made it seem like something that it really wasn't. And we could have handled this situation without her being arrested. That's all I wanted to say.
If she gets released, are you worried that if she starts to drink, she may become uncontrollable?
She doesn't drink much, so it was just her friends were in from out of town, and they're kind of like big influences on her. So I figured that's what it was, and that's who actually called the cops. And I never called the cops. I never said anything was wrong with me. She's not a threat to me or anything. You know what I mean? It was just a big understanding.
I bring that up because in the police report, it said that she was intoxicated, so that's the reason why I asked, because it was, somebody told the police officer that, and then the police officer put it in the report.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
so are you wanting to have contact with her?
Yeah, because it's like we have business together. Like we have kids they took our kids. Like her girlfriend took our kids and called the grandmother and lied and literally took our kids back to Maryland.
You guys have kids together?
But they're my stepkids. Their dad's.
No, I understand. I was just curious.
Yes, their dad's dead. So it's like,
Okay.
I feel like those are my kids. So I want to make sure that we stick together so we can get the kids. You know what I mean? They took the kids back to Maryland. It's just a big, huge misunderstanding.
Were the kids living here, though?
Yeah, they were living here, and the girlfriend lied and said the grandmother wants the kids to come to Maryland, and that's what happened.
State, do you wish to inquire?
Just briefly, if something like this were to happen again,
Nothing like this will ever happen again.
I understand. If something like this were to happen again, it seems like you didn't call the cops the
I didn't
first
call
time.
the cops at all.
Okay.
I asked the cops not to arrest her because it was no threat. It was just a lie led to her being arrested. You know what I mean?
If, did things get physical between the two of you?
I wouldn't say physical. Like, she can't really physically harm me. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't say that. Like, I was fine.
I understand. What the report says is that she hit you a couple of times.
Yeah, but
Overruled.
I was fine, serious. No damage was done to me whatsoever.
If she were to hit you again, would you call the cops or would you not call the
We'll
cops?
call the cops, but I doubt she would ever hit me again.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, any questions from the defense? No questions this time, Your Honor. All right, so, based on the testimony as presented, let me double check with PTR. You said there was one issue out of state that came up when you ran her history. What was that?
Yeah, it was just a failure to appear back in 2016.
Okay, and, Ms. Ertl, tell me again how long you've been here? A year, you said?
Yes,
Okay, do you have a job here?
yes.
Where do you work?
Cross Country Mortgage.
What do you do there?
I'm a loan officer.
Okay. Do you have experience in doing that before this job, or did you start that here?
For 13 years.
Okay, all right. So the court, based on everything that has been presented, will remove the bond and allow Ms. Ertl to be released. Actually, it's PTR with bond, so I have to put a bond. I'll reduce it to $500 with PTR and no hostile contact with the victim, which means she can have contact with you, but polite contact, like no yelling, no screaming, no hitting, no kicking, the way people who are in love are supposed to act with each other.
Yes, ma'am.
But she can have contact with you as long as it's not hostile.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we'll see what the state is going to do, whether they're going to pick up on this or not.
I appreciate
Okay.
it. Yes.
All right. All right, Ms. Ertl? Thank you.
Judge, are we leaving that do not consume any alcohol?
Yes. Do not possess or consume any alcohol. Yeah, it's an allegation in here. I want to make sure that she isn't led into bad judgments by other people either. So no alcohol till the case is over.
That's exactly what it is.
All right. Well, I heard you. That's why I said that. Thank you.
Judge. Bless you.
Dana Fowler? Thank you. Good afternoon. Please say your name. Thank you. Mr. Fowler, although this did say battery and there was a note that said domestic, it looks like it might be a dating violence, but I didn't see what made it domestic. I didn't see related by blood or marriage, having a child in common, or having lived together as a family unit. So I'm going to find probable cause for battery and let the state decide if they want to go any further than a simple bat. Having said that, PTR, any history?
Yes, the defendant has 35 priors as a juvenile. From 2013 to 2018, he has trespass, disturbing peace, burglary, criminal mischief, grand theft, possession of marijuana, and aggravated battery. Also, VOPs.
How many VOPs?
This is not specified. How many.
Okay, and I'm sorry, did you say any failures to appear at any previous
No.
court dates?
No failure to appears.
Okay. You said there was a previous domestic. Do we know who was involved?
It was not the same victim.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Mr. Fowler, based on what I read in this affidavit, bond will be set at $2,000 with pretrial release, no contact with the victim, no weapons or firearms. Do you need a public defender? PD will be appointed provisionally. Next court date will be on demand.
Your Honor, he's inquiring if I may have 1 moment to see what he wishes to ask me.
Sure.
We're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Next court date on demand. James Gross?
PD appointed.
President approaching, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, please say your name.
James Gross.
Thank you. Mr. Gross, you were arrested for possession of a controlled substance without a prescription and possession of paraphernalia. There is probable cause. PTR?
He has history dating back to 2017, battery, domestic violence, also simple assault, disturbing the peace. He has 3 FTAs out of Orange County, violation of probation, and marijuana possession.
Sir, based on the affidavit and the history of failures to appear and violations of probation, your bond is set at $1,000, count 1, and $100, count 2, and you may not return to the Sayable Suites in Kissimmee. Do you need a public defender? PD will be appointed. Next court date?
On demand.
Thank you. I'm not sure sometimes on those, because sometimes they get filed fast. 1,001, the Sable Suites, Sayable Suites? You're welcome. Luz Guzman?
He's President approaching, Your Honor.
Thank you.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, please say your name. Thank you. Ms. Guzman, you were arrested for domestic violence battery. There is probable cause. PTR?
She only has 2 prior arrests back in 1997 for resisting officer without violence and grand theft out of Orange County.
She qualifies for PTR with bond, so bond will be set based on what I've read, $500 plus pretrial release. Maintain a separate residence. One-time assist is permitted if accompanied by law enforcement, and no contact with listed victim.
She is asking me a question if I may have 1 moment.
Okay.
Your Honor, my client is requesting, if possible, to have the maintained separate residence stricken. She's telling me she has nowhere to go and no money for another place right now.
And the request will be denied without prejudice. She can file a hearing in front of the judge before whom the case is assigned, and that way the listed victim can have an opportunity to chime in too.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Dante Kitchen?
President approaching, Your Honor.
Thank you.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, please say your name.
Dante Kitchen.
Thank you. Mr. Kitchen, you were arrested for 2 counts of domestic violence battery. There is probable cause. PTR?
He has no Florida priors. He has 1 arrest out of New Jersey back in May of this year for simple assault. And he also has an active warrant out of state.
Is it out of Pennsylvania? Because that's
Correct.
the address we have for him.
Yes.
So he's an active warrant?
Correct.
You know what it's for?
No, it just became active July the 6th of this year.
Okay, will you notify that state that he's in our jail or no?
I'm not sure if
If that's what,
the bonds and dockets or the other court unit would notify them.
and there are no notes on here with regard to victim contact. Were they not reachable?
Yes, I called and there was no answer.
Okay, so bond on count one will be set at 1,000, bond on count two will be set at 1,000. Does not qualify for PTR because of other legal constraints, which is the open warrant, I'm assuming, out of the other state. No contact with the listed victims, maintain separate residences, no weapons or firearms. Next court date will be on demand, Mr. Kitchen. Thank you. Jason Partlet.
PD appointed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, please say your name. Thank you. Ms. Partlet, you were arrested for resisting without violence. There is probable cause. I know that you're also out on bond in 22 CF 6451 in Orange County. PTR, any other history?
Yes, he has, back in June of this year, he has vehicle theft out of Orange County, drug possession and drug-equipped possession, which he's currently out on bond on. And he also has history out of Connecticut for larceny, possession of shoplifting device, failure to appear, assault, disorderly conduct, use vessel without permission.
Bond in the new charge will be $500. However, 22 CF 6451 bond will be revoked and set at 0. Do you need a public defender, Mr. Partlet?
Yes.
PD will be appointed. Next court date will be? On demand. On demand. Thank you. Malaysia Saunders.
PD appointed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please say your name. Thank you. Ms. Saunders, you were arrested for domestic violence battery. I read the affidavit and there is probable cause. PTR, any history?
She has no prior arrest in Florida. She has history out of New York dating back to 2016 for resisting arrest, obstruct governmental administration, false personation, harassment, unlawful possession of marijuana, petty theft, and assault.
Ma'am, you were here for vacation, correct? Yeah, and you're from, I'm just trying to verify your address. We have East Elmhurst, New York. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Bond will be set at $1,000 plus pretrial release, no contact with listed victim, maintain a separate residence, no weapons or firearms. Do you need a public defender, Ms. Saunders? PD will be appointed provisionally. Next court date?
On demand.
On demand. Thank you. And then lastly, we have Janisha Schaff. Thank you. It took me a couple of minutes to kind of get a grasp of the facts. Good afternoon, ma'am. What's your name?
Janisha Schaff.
Thank you. My first question has to end up being for PTR. Was anybody able to reach Citrus County and find out the status of her release there, or whether or not there was a warrant? Because that was, I think, the main issue.
No, I don't have that information.
Does the public defender know anything? My understanding, and I might be wrong, but what I was given to read indicated that the law enforcement was called because Ms. Schaff was having some difficulty. When they arrived, due to her condition and her being upset, and the conversations with somebody who was with her, they were concerned for her safety and well-being. So they were thinking about taking her over to Park Place. But then once they started trying to get her information, I don't know if it was something they ran on teletype or whether it was something Ms. Schaff spontaneously uttered. It seemed that perhaps there may be a warrant or some sort of an open pending case out of Citrus, and that's why she's in our jail, because of the Citrus County case.
That's correct.
But not because she was arrested for any local charges. She was actually being seen for possible Baker Act.
Yes, our defense was planning to request a possible oral warrant in this case that the Baker Act could be acted on. It does say at the end of the arrest that the officer did complete
I do
Is
believe
it still-
that was the issue, was the Baker Act and her having this out of county.
Is it still a pending Baker Act, though? They're still planning on taking her over?
I don't have that information. I can call someone at the jail to see if they can verify that.
Yeah. Pat Hill, as you may know, is one of the other PTR officers over there. And the email came to the clerk just now, as we were talking, that the Baker Act hold has been lifted. So we have no information with regard to Citrus County. The court is going to release her. And I would suggest, though, Ms. Schaff, to please maybe talk to somebody to see if you have anything going on in Citrus County, because I wouldn't want to see you end up rearrested. Maybe you could go and talk to a lawyer and get it resolved without having to go back into the jail. And
I'm sorry, Your Honor, we're releasing her. We're not acting on the Citrus County warrant.
I don't have the warrant. Nobody gave me the warrant. That's the thing. Do we have a warrant?
Yeah, all I have is what's on the charging affidavit.
Yes, Your Honor, defense has not been provided with a warrant either, and as such, we would follow the court's conclusion in this case, Your Honor.
If I'm not given a warrant, I can't find that she was served with that warrant. I mean, she's entitled to be IA'd, but I don't even have proof. All I have are statements that said a warrant existed, and then it said, reach out to Citrus County as to release. When we don't have any info.
I have a hit confirmation here that says they hold an active warrant for this subject, reference aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, domestic, agency case number, no bond per Judge Howard. We will pick up from your agency.
Oh, okay, I didn't get that.
Please place a hold and locate.
I've got the case and warrant number in the affidavit, and then I have the same thing the PTR has from FCIC.
Would you like to see this?
Okay.
The booking, like where it says they got arrested, and other people, when it gets reset, sometimes we don't get it.
Okay, so that, and can you give that to the deputy? May I see what that is? I certainly, if an active warrant has been served on her, I can't release her ROR. I'm not one of those jerk judges from another county who just releases people without asking permission of the judge in that other county. They've done that to me, and I was really mad, and I made a big stink about it. At least call me and ask me first, but I wasn't given anything else until I was just given this piece of paper in open court.
Pat also just wrote me and said no warrant teletype home. I don't know.
Okay, well, that's what this is, and it says, remarks, this is from the jail. We hold active warrant number 19050 for this subject, reference aggravated battery, deadly weapon, domestic, agency case number 2022-94970. Exactly what the PTR officer just read. No bond per Judge Howard. We will pick up from your agency. Please place a hold and locate for our agency and advise when the subject is ready for pickup. So based on that information, then I do find she is in custody on the Citrus County warrant. She's in custody as of the date that she was picked up in our case, because that's when she became known to us. The Baker Act hold has been released, therefore she is eligible to pick up from Citrus County. Okay. So we'll clarify that, and I'm gonna attach the sheet PTR just gave me to the booking report, so the clerk has a reference.
Okay.
Because I didn't have that before.
Okay.
All right. Okay, Ms. Schaff, they're gonna get you transported over to Citrus, okay? Thank you. All right, that's all I have. See y'all tomorrow at 1.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Bye-bye.